The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning and Happy New Year to those who might be joining us for the first time this 2023. I now call the January 5th, 2023 administrative briefing and work session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:00 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session. Attorney Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. And just before I hand this off to Dr. Gullett for the superintendent's administrative briefing, I want to just encourage the board. I know we have 3 rather lengthy to some degree presentations. And so if it pleases the board, I would like for us to hear the entire presentation before we ask questions of the folks standing before us. Do you all agree with that, so we can hear the full presentation and not interrupt in? Okay, all right, terrific. So now I'll hand it off to Dr. Gullett. We'll begin with the work session with your administrative briefing.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And as you said, Madam Chair, we have a full agenda, so I'll be very brief. I want to just say welcome back to our students. It's always great to have our students back. We miss them. Board, just as a reminder, in addition to our full agenda this morning, we have our working session this afternoon at 1 o'clock, which will be in Building 3 in Room 4. Looking forward to the conversation there. And last but not least, I just want to thank the Public Education Foundation. Yesterday morning, I attended the quarterly Golden Apple Academy breakfast that I meet with them quarterly. And it's another way that I have an opportunity to hear directly and engage with our fantastic teachers. And I'm just really appreciative of the Public Ed Foundation for providing that opportunity, and to all the wonderful teachers that are representing our devoted ranks. So thank them all. And all I could say yesterday was how impressed and inspiring they are to me, and how excited they were about 2023 and this new semester. So great to have time with them and appreciate their trust and honesty. So with that, that concludes my briefing, and we're ready to begin.
Terrific. So which member of your staff will we be hearing from first?
Okay, I think we're going to have, so Ms. Riedel, are you going to start? Okay, so we're going to start with Ms. Boston-Ellis, and what I want to do is just remind the board with Goal 4 that with our operational fiscal efficiencies and operations, this is really important to understand what a great support this is. I'm always very clear to say that these are supporting conditions that we are focused on where our students are, which is in schools. So everything to do, the conditions we create and the efficiency helps to support our schools being successful for our students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Boston-Ellis.
Good morning, Chair Campbell, board members, and Dr. Gullett. Thank you so much for this opportunity. You've heard updates on Goal 1, 2, and 3, and now we are at Goal 4. As you can see, there are quite a few people that will be presenting today, and that just lets you know how the operations side has bought into the strategic plan. Again, we brought to you about May 5th our Goal 4 strategic plan overview. It was presented at a school board work session, and today we are excited to provide some updates on Goal 4. We would love to have met all the goals by now, but thank goodness we have a few more years to meet those goals. They will cover the area of technology, transportation, facilities, technical services, food and nutrition services, purchasing, and risk management. So as you can see, our outcome metrics, they are specific data that is collected to assess the extent to which the expected outcomes will occur. And before we focus on our improving efficiencies, we have to establish baselines and targets. And we realized at that point that we had to move toward a more modern system of tracking efficiency. So it was brought to your attention that we were purchasing software for not only the work order systems, but upgrading our software for transportation as well. We will begin a Goal 4 update with Mrs. Deb Riedel. She is the Director of Elementary Curriculum, Instruction, and Digital Learning.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll be presenting the beginning of 4A, enhance the use of technology for improved efficiency and effective instruction across the district. As for the fall of 2022, 2 projects have been completed to improve the efficiency of technology use across the district. The first project completed was the transition from Stoneware to ClassLink, also known as the Marion County Public School Desktop, which is our single sign-on solution. The transition to ClassLink provides a one-stop shop for access to digital resources for students and staff. This will reduce users' logins and provide access to students in grades K through 12 to applications and programs that support classroom instruction at home and in school. The second project completed was updating our Track It self-service to a web-based version that provides the district with more reporting options needed to meet Goal 4 of operational efficiency. The new web-based version enables technicians to access work order tickets quickly from any location, allowing quicker response. These projects have both been completed as of September 2022. Next, we've been working to increase the utilization of technology to improve high-quality instruction for our students. In the summer and fall of 2022, employees were provided professional learning opportunities on the digital learning programs that we are using, to include SharePoint, Webmaster, Excel, IXL Reflex, Canvas, Savvis, all of those programs. that our teachers are using. In addition, many of the programs offer employees opportunities for professional learning on demand because Marion County Public Schools, or through the Marion County Public Schools intranet. Professional learning on demand allows employees to access professional learning anytime, anywhere. Next, Dr. Livingood, Secondary Director of Curriculum Instruction and Digital Learning, will share updates on our device rollout.
Thank you. We began our initial device rollout with our high schools with the collaboration with our technology information services and the curriculum and digital learning departments. This initiative allows students to check out Chromebooks that can be used for learning at home and at school. This ongoing initiative we have checked out 4,412 Chromebooks to high school students to take with them from their house back to school. We are excited to grow this initiative by increasing our outreach to middle school students, and we will begin that distribution rollout with the middle school students this month. We currently have 48,772 active Chromebooks in Marion County. With the support of the Emergency Connectivity Funds, we'll be able to strengthen this digital rollout plan to provide more students access to devices at home and school. Now I will turn this presentation over to our Director of Transportation, Ms. Rebecca Rohr.
Good morning. I'm here to share transportation updates from Achieve 2026 Strategic Plan. Transportation strategy under Achieve 2026 is found under 4B, ensure reliable and safe transportation. This strategy aims to identify and strengthen areas of deficiency to ensure transportation by bus is efficient, reliable, and safe. Under the recruitment, we continue to take the approach of recruiting as an ongoing process, this has proven a pool of applicants for us to select from. We continue to conduct interviews and assist candidates for hire through the hiring process on a daily basis. Having our own CDL trainers and CDL testers have allowed the district to smoothly hire and train and add endorsements to applicants that are looking to join our team. As it relates to our attendance, the department's average daily attendance rate increases. As it increases, we continue to monitor and explore ways to reduce daily absenteeism. We run reports and we share them on a daily basis to see where we are, what is affecting it, and where we need to be. These reports are discussed in details in our management team meetings weekly, and they're also shared out in every zone in unique ways to the bus drivers and the bus aides. They are a part and have conversation and input in what is occurring within transportation because it is them who will help us to meet our goals in Achieve 2026. Team meetings, new team meetings were scheduled and added to what we currently do in transportation, and that was done so that we could increase communication across all zones and to provide additional support and to close the gap of needing to cover where there is lack of support or where questions come up from the drivers and the aides. These newly meetings that we developed and implemented is in addition to our traditional monthly safety meetings that are held from August until May. In our regular safety meetings, we typically are addressing updates to job duties, job requirements, any statutes or state requirements that come down, safety updates and concerns, as well as training. In monitoring the progress and productivity of our lead driver program. Revision of roles and responsibilities are ongoing to ensure that the program serves its purpose and expectation. We look to provide support to all bus drivers and bus aides, specifically the new ones, but all are included. We build relationships, confidence, exchange pertinent information and skills, and enhance our retention. As we address on-time arrival, which is our key focus in transportation, we have partnered with Food and Nutrition Services and worked on ways that we can help students get from the bus, efficiently unloading, and into the classroom prior to the start of instruction. As we brainstorm, we surveyed all secondary schools, and food service helped us to set up breakfast kiosks near the bus loop. With the percentage of buses arriving at school on time, as the percentage of buses continue to increase for those that arrive into school on time, we were looking for ways to address those buses that were arriving at the sound of the bell or after. Food and Nutrition provided us with a breakfast kiosk near the bus loop so that students who are unloading at those late minutes, they are able to grab and go their breakfast straight to class. When we surveyed secondary schools in November, we were able to implement this at 9 of our secondary schools. Some of the schools that may not have partook of this do not have an issue with the buses arriving. Kids are on campus on time, or the cafeteria was so close to the bus loop that it did not slow down the flow of getting the students into their seats for instruction. Regular review of fleet usage, route combinations, school pairing, and travel paths is required to ensure that we are getting the best use of each bus. Where feasible, double and triple tier routes are scheduled. On the chart before you, I wanted to show and give a visual of the department's progress and show where we are in meeting morning on-time arrival to school. The data was obtained from our GPS tracking system that is on each of our buses, and the time frame that was captured is from August 19th through December the 2nd of 2022. We are still in the process of validating the data for the on-time arrival for our afternoon buses, and we will bring that to share at a later date. To support the adding and upgrading of technology in transportation, upgrading of our GPS system from 3G to 4G was completed, and it supports our Here Comes the Bus app that's used by many families, and also it is now supporting the student ridership program, the pilot that we just completed, and now we are doing a full rollout over the next 2 weeks to have all cars in the hands of bus riders. In support of student success, we remain committed to securing the resources needed to reach our target of 100% of buses arriving on campus for all schools. And coming before you next would be Robert Knight Facilities.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to speak to you today about Strategy 4C, which is ensuring that facilities are healthy and safe physical environments for working and learning. There's really 4 parts to 4C. I'm going to cover the first 2, and I'll introduce Ms. Barbara Dobbins here in a moment to cover the next 2. So as far as the update, this first update has to do with our Master Work Program. As you may know, every year we have a 5-year district facilities work program that's submitted to the state. It tells the state what funding we expect to get, how we propose utilizing that funding for various capital projects. So a key component of that is being able to assess the age and quality of the equipment at the schools, which has to do with our critical systems. There are really 4 components to the critical system piece. They are mechanical systems, roofing systems, plumbing systems, and electrical systems. Those 4, more so than any other type of issue, directly impacts the learning process at the schools, and so there's an emphasis to ensure these systems continue to run at optimal efficiency and thus have little to no impact at all on learning process in a negative way. In order to do that, and this is the first update, the Technical Services Department is separating their work orders from critical versus non-critical systems. That way, we're not putting emphasis on something that might be nice to do or accomplish, but is not going to directly have a negative impact on learning. So they are continuing to separate these critical systems. This happens in the spring of each year as a precursor to setting up our Master Work Program. So that has been done for this year, but it really is an annual thing every spring as opposed to a one-time deal. The second update and bullet has to do with our Master Work Program itself, and we've developed a Master Work Program with a focus on the critical systems. That goes to the board in time in a work session and then approved. That has been accomplished for this year. And again, just like bullet number 1, it is an annual thing because each year we have a new list of priorities and a new list of solutions to put together with the issues. The third item is something that was identified, and that has to do with the purchase of a database software program. What this software program would do would allow us, and technical services probably more so, to collect data on school systems such as the age and condition of a piece of equipment. When was it last updated? What does the warranty look like on this equipment? Can we even get parts for that equipment? And having that data in one place as opposed to in somebody's mindset or in a work order from 3 years ago would go a long way into allowing us, when we set up our critical systems plans to cover them in projects, it would allow us even more so data to determine this system needs an upgrade, this system is just simply replaced because of the age and what have you. So that is a piece that's come out of this, but it was certainly worth updating. That was a determination that we've made. And then finally, the other update is, just like the first 2 bullets, continuing to assign priority funding on those critical systems. Again, those systems that would directly impact learning so that we can continue to, the goal of course is to reduce the time spent on work orders, thus resulting in less interruption, if any at all, to the learning process. So I'll go now to the next slide, talk about the second piece, and this piece really has to do with the work orders themselves. Technical Services has completed the purchase of a new work order system. This is software that tracks, prioritizes, and archives work orders in an electronic format. If you can picture, actually the picture on the screen on the far right is how it was done before, where paper was literally printed, laid out, here's plumbing, here's electric, here's door locks, and technicians had to wait on the sorting of those things in order to get a package of work orders and then go to the schools to find out what's really the issue. This is now done electronically, so there is no laying out paper on the table. In addition, the staff has been trained how to use it, and even more so, those secretaries and personnel at the departments that enter work orders have also been trained so that they know how to code things, which results in a fast response time. You know, if we say leak, is it a roof leak, is it a plumbing leak? There is drop-down menus now that allows people to dial down more specifically, which gets that work order into the right hands much quicker. And then finally, the other update is that the Technical Services Department has completed the purchasing of iPads for technicians and staff. As I noted earlier, you're having to go to the shop, pick up a piece of paper, go to a school, write on the paper what you did, and go back to the shop to report what's done. Now there's the ability to literally look electronically at the work order while you're at one school, which allows you to go to another school instead of going back to the shop to find the next work order and reporting right there electronically the status, which allows, if there's a part ordered, we can order it today. We don't have to wait till 3:30 when the technicians show back up at the shop. So these have been completed, but of course, it's not necessarily a one-time deal. It's you complete the purchase, then you implement what you've purchased and continue with the training and the upgrading as you go along. So just like the first slide, this will be an annual thing and an annual work in progress, but of course, the whole goal is to reduce the time spent on work orders. So happy to report that those things are in progress. I will now turn it over to Ms. Barbara Dobbins to cover the next two pieces of Strategy 4C. Thank you.
Good morning. In order to ensure facilities are healthy and safe, we are exploring alternative funding sources, prioritizing our needs, and evaluating building utilization. Currently, we are in the process of conducting an impact fee analysis that will provide the data needed to make an informed decision on whether or not we re-implement these fees. We are currently also conducting a long-range plan study that will help guide us on our facility needs and prioritization. As you are aware, these two studies are being done by a consultant firm. Our goal, the firm's goal, is to bring the results back to the board in late March or early April. Next, we are also in the process of considering localized rezoning in the Southwest area. You heard about this in your December 15th work session. We currently have 2 community meetings on January 12th at Horizon, and then the second one is January 17th at Marion Oaks Elementary School. Third, we have established a task force of district staff and also community members that are exploring creative solutions to our facility needs. This is a group that really is looking to think outside the box on how we can help with our funding sources and also our utilization and prioritization. Lastly, we also have secured grants that are being used for capital outlay projects such as ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. And we are currently applying for the Renew America Schools grant, which could bring in up to $15 million. We hope to hear about that grant award later in the spring, and we'll continue to monitor for other grants that we can apply for in the future. And then the fourth part of the update is that we utilized ESSER 2 and also ESSER 3 for air quality control. And what we did is we secured a vendor, and we are currently and have been for the last year and a half installing UVC germicidal devices in our HVAC systems. So this was a COVID-related response, but it's also a maintenance response. So the UVC germicidal, which we've spent a lot of time talking about the studies related to the effectiveness of UVC lighting, will disinfect the air, but it also helps maintain those HVAC systems, which make them run more efficient, which is a cost savings, and also helps them last longer, which is a cost savings as well. These devices are only for systems that do not bring in a fresh air intake. So a lot of our systems, so we have over 3,500 HVAC systems in our district, which is a lot, but about 50% of those systems are not fresh air intakes, and those are the systems we are targeting for implementing the UVC lighting. We've started in our elementary because hygiene is easier for older students to perform, and then we'll work our way through secondary schools and then ultimately end with district offices and facilities that do not have fresh air intake. Next, we have our Supervisor of Food and Nutrition Services, Ms. Jamie Levitt, who will discuss our next update. Thank you.
Good morning. Strategy 4D focuses on expanding wellness and nutrition education to improve academics and behavior by supporting students in making healthy food choices. Student lunch participation has increased to 67% of student enrollment year to date. When you consider attendance rates, this number is closer to 75% participation. We continue to seek feedback from our students and work on developing our menus to give students healthy meals that they will enjoy. Key Activity 1 focuses on expanding nutritional and program marketing and nutrition education. We currently have 12 elementary schools who are awarded grant funding through the Farm Bill for the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. This program offers students the ability to taste a variety of fruits and vegetables in the classroom while learning the health benefits and other fun facts sent to the schools from our registered dietitian. In addition, the Food and Nutrition Department publishes a monthly wellness newsletter with information on living a healthier lifestyle. The Food and Nutrition Department now has a Facebook page that we use to promote our program and engage with the community. This platform is a great way to network with our families, gain feedback, and highlight what our program has to offer our students. We are working to expand our reach within the community and continue to focus on program marketing. Key Activity 2 concentrates on increasing student involvement in meal programs. We continue to conduct taste testing in our schools that incorporates nutrition education. We recently held taste test events at Spar Elementary and Fort McCoy that featured sweet potatoes, jicama, and yuca. We highlighted root vegetable benefits and handed out cards with nutritional facts and stickers to the students. We were pleased to have a representative from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services join in on our taste testing during National School Lunch Week. In addition, students are empowered to select healthy meals of their choice through a variety of build-your-own specialty bars, including salad bars at the secondary level and multiple options each day at the elementary level. We have received positive feedback from our students, and we continue to see participation growth. We are expanding our partnership with the FANS program with a goal of bringing in more locally grown produce from our greenhouses and school gardens. We have worked with the Florida Department of Agriculture to provide required training to allow the produce to be served on our serving lines. We have also installed necessary equipment at one of our high schools to allow them to begin bringing in the produce from the greenhouse. The Food and Nutrition Department is dedicated to expanding our Farm to School program and excited to feature fresh produce grown by our students. We offer promotional menu items that pertain to seasons and holidays for our students to engage them. Most recently, we featured fall Halloween-themed 100% frozen fruit juice treats that the students really enjoyed. We also randomly selected students who participate in our lunch program to win prizes. We have given away 192 prizes this school year. Some prizes included sports baskets with soccer balls, volleyballs, footballs, Fitbits, and gift cards. Moving forward, the Food and Nutrition Department will continue to bring innovation to provide our students with an exceptional meal program. Up next is our purchasing specialist, Rick Collins.
Good morning. I'll be discussing strategy 4E, which is to increase efficiency in the procurement of goods and services. I have just a few updates for our section. We are continuing to have ongoing communications with the legal department to further develop and find ways to expedite the contracting process. This ties into Key Activity 2, revising the contracting process to reduce time for completion. Legal has made great strides in that, and turnaround time is a lot better than it was when we first began. We are currently developing new procurement procedures based on recently adopted board policies, which will be used in training for district employees once completed. These trainings should be very beneficial to staff. As you know, we've had a lot of turnover in the last several years, and I think the procedures, if we lay them out correctly, will be very beneficial to staff to be able to know the steps they need to do to effectively procure items in a cost-saving manner. This ties back to Key Activity 3, establish innovative ways to increase procurement trainings for district employees in the purchasing process. We also recently joined Byboard National Purchasing Cooperative to increase access to additional piggyback contracts where available. This ties into key activity 4, expand piggyback contracts where appropriate to optimize savings. We've already used Byboard on 2 different occasions. One was to purchase a large purchase for AEDs. I know y'all talked about AEDs yesterday a little bit. And that was a very good benefit, and we got very good quote participation through the Byboard vendors, so that worked out very well. That's all of my updates, and now I'd like to introduce Ms. Teresa Boston Ellis, who is filling in for Terry Norwood, the Director of Risk Management.
Good morning again. As Rick stated, I am not Mr. Norwood. I don't have any cute jokes or whimsical tales, so I apologize up front for that. But our priority strategy for our 4F, which is providing financial stability, sound fiscal management, and operational efficiency. The key activity that I'm sharing with you today has to do with our self-funded insurance plan. So our key activity is to share with the school board annual savings for the self-funded health plan versus the fully insured plan. So we will continue to evaluate and bring to the board a cost comparison of fully insured versus self-funding. The cost in comparing health insurance for self-funding versus fully insured will provide additional funds available, hopefully, to enhance our plan, make it better for our employees, while potentially increasing the general fund balance, or at least providing an opportunity to enhance the current self-funded plan. For the 2023 calendar year, the actuary report indicates that the self-funded health plan is approximately $5.4 million lower in an annualized health plan spend than if we were fully insured. So that $5.4 million is broken down as follows. The administrative expense, the difference is $3.1 million lower under the self-funding. Also, because we are self-funded, all of the rebates will come back to the district, and that is $1.6 million in projected savings. And then also, because we will use different appropriate trend assumptions, that'll save us another $700,000. So in summary, through operational efficiency and sound fiscal management, we will optimize our resources and also provide transparency to our curriculum, and to also provide that transparency to our community. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis. Thank you, team. We have an incredibly dedicated team here before you today, board, but they represent a broad number of employees that are committed to improving our outcomes. I just briefly want to say, you probably saw the pattern. I heard some chuckle. We're updating our systems to improve our outcomes. That's essentially what we're trying to do. I do want to draw attention to one item with regard to technology as we talk about devices and our digital master plan for our students. We need to continue to advocate with our external stakeholders, our community agencies, because we need to make sure that we have internet access in our rural communities. So one does not go without the other, so we need to continue to advocate for that. I know that our team is continuing to do that, but assistance and support in doing that is going to be essential in the years ahead. So thank you and look forward to your feedback.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gullett, and thank you to the team. As she said, we have a wonderful group of folks that have been before us today, and it's always good to see you. Some of you I haven't seen in a little while, so it's really good to see you all. And with that, we will turn it over, bring it back to the board, and who wants to start? I know I have at least one or two questions, but let's get somebody else started here.
I don't mind.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. James.
So just some notes that I wrote down while we were speaking. I love the breakfast kiosk. When I was an administrator at a high school, we did that, which would have been 4 or 5 years ago now we were doing that. And it just it honestly just facilitates breakfast traffic, and then obviously also does a good job of getting those late kids breakfast and on to where they need to be. So on that note, I want to speak to how proud I am of the effort that has been done this school year to improve on-time buses. I saw firsthand just how late some buses could be in just very recent years. And so to see that improvement speaks to the work that all of you all are doing to get our kids to school on time, from our bus drivers and our aides all the way to Mr. Vianello. Your guys' entire department is making sure that it happens and kids get where they need to be. So I want you to know that I appreciate that. I have just a note to draw caution to regarding Chromebooks. I love how many Chromebooks we're getting into the hands of students. My caution is, what are we going to do when they do not return them and they have a debt that they carry to their senior year and can potentially not walk across that stage at graduation because they carry that debt? I want to, and we're coming off of a conversation on policy yesterday, so I think that it would be great to maybe have deeper discussion about procedure regarding how to handle Chromebook debt, because anyone who thinks that it's not going to happen is crazy. So I saw firsthand it happen, and now that we have more Chromebooks in the hands of families, it will just it would be silly to not expect there to see an increase in our debt. So what I just want to make sure that we do is create a conversation regarding how we're going to manage that. What leeway will we give administrators to make exceptions for students who oftentimes it is not their fault that they've lost that device. They've moved from one home to another in the middle of the night. Something happened in their home, or maybe they were careless and forgot it. They are also children. So I just want to draw awareness to creating procedure around that. The facilities department, it sounds wonderful, and the work you guys are doing to streamline your processes and kind of get to that new age approach. I think Dr. Gullett and your team are doing a really good job of just highlighting areas of improvement and then immediately taking action to try and make our processes as seamless as possible. So I didn't have any actual questions. I just had comments, and thank you guys all for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Dr. James. Board, who wants to go next?
I'm going to be a minute.
Okay. Okay.
guess-
Vice Chair Thrower is processing.
I guess I'll go.
Reverend Cummings.
I did have a question about the Chromebooks. I guess this would be for Ms. Riedel. I see on, what's this slide number 3, where it states that we've given out 4,412, I guess Ms. Livingood or Ms. Riedel, one of you, we've given out 4,412 Chromebooks to students have checked out, and we have 48,772 active Chromebooks. With that, my question goes beyond just a Chromebook, because if we're giving a Chromebook out and there's no hotspot, they have no access, what's the numbers with the hotspots, and how are we tracking if these kids have access to internet? A Chromebook without the access to the internet is just a big calculator, basically. So.
Yeah, yes, sir. But we also found during the pandemic, even if we gave them a hotspot, if there's no internet in that area, like Dr. Gullett mentioned, the hotspot won't help either. So we're working through that. There are, of course, alternate assignments that are provided to students. But yes, sir, we're working through that.
So are we giving out hotspots now?
If they are requesting them, but most, we haven't had many requests for hotspots.
And I just wanted to add, there are students who check out a Chromebook and use it primarily at school as well. So we do have lots of Chromebooks in our classrooms on Chromebook carts, but there are also students who would like that device to, instead of having textbooks to carry from class to class, and they use that Chromebook for that. So they may not even have connectivity at home, but they're using it on school.
Thank you.
Dr. Gullett.
Madam Chair, if I may, while Dr. Livingood and Ms. Riedel are up, and to Board Member James' question, and since Board Member Cummings is on this, with regard to, technology, I describe that as asset management, Board Member James, right, in managing fees, structure, lost, stolen, whatever that may be, right? I refer to that as asset management. So I'm going to ask if I may, I know that we're working on that, that is part of the digital master plan. We have to be very mindful about that. Those are assets. And so if I hate to put you two on the spot, but if you could update the board on the conversations and the work with that.
Let me speak to that. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. The Florida statute already allows for principal discretion in removing any debt for any student for any such reason. And so you are correct, Dr. James. We know that this is a reality. We know that students lose and damage property, whether it's intentional or unintentional. So the principals do have in their authority the right to remove debts. Any other questions with that? Oh, we also have on the checkout device form, we have a clear list of fees and fines that a parent would acknowledge prior to receiving that Chromebook. And they also are aware that the company, through this connectivity fund, would actually do the diagnostic review of that Chromebook repair prior to giving us a fee. So it's not an arbitrary amount that is assigned to a student or a parent. It is an actual amount that is provided by a technician.
While you ladies are there, I think we're going to continue with a couple of questions.
Okay.
We'll just take, since you're there, let's go ahead and exhaust this topic a bit. Ms. Conrad.
Okay. Dr. Livingood, I do want to say thank you. When the school year started, a lot of the middle schools were struggling with, they didn't have the laptops they needed. And as I reached out to my District 2 schools, everybody happily reported that they have what they need. So thank you for your work in that area. I do have a question, since we've purchased so many at one time. Do we have a replacement plan as they start dying and replacing them, and what does that look like?
So I don't have the details of that plan, but that is also included in that connectivity fund, because we do know they have to be refreshed every few years. And we currently have on our school sites multiple devices that might be 3 years back or 5 years back that they are now taking away from the schools and replacing with these new devices. So right now we do have, like Reverend Cummings mentioned, we have 48,000 active devices, and those are currently upgraded and absolutely ready to go. But we are removing every year the ones that in inventory show that they need to be replaced.
One other question, and this might be a little off topic, but another concern for our elementary schools are headphones, especially when it comes to testing. And, you know, with elementary students, they don't always last the entire year. So I just was curious about, what do we provide? What are our classrooms, what are they required to provide when we go into this testing season, so that every student has headphones while they're testing?
That's a great question, and it's an ongoing problem because they don't last very long. So finding good quality headphones can be a bit tricky. At the beginning of this year, the assessment department purchased headphones for every school, and I can't recall off the top of my head how many. But additionally, most of the elementary schools purchase those using Title I funds. So I know as a principal, I would write that in at the beginning of the year, 400 sets of headphones, or just so that we had enough for students and enough to replenish when they break. I think we've gotten to the point too where the headphones are on the school supply list. So we do have quite a large number of students who bring their own and keep them in a freezer bag with their name on it. So, but for the students who don't bring headphones, the schools typically are responsible for purchasing those, but I do know that our assessment department provided those at the beginning of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thurl.
Thanks. On the technology avenue that we're on, it got me thinking about headphones, and that's just been an issue for forever, and there's a little educative piece to that for students. A lot of students really seem to like to take that flimsy wire and wrap it really tight around their headphones, and so to be able to just teach them that you put them in the bag and with the wire loose, and for some of them it drives them nuts, but practice it enough times, I guess they get better at it. And it just had me chuckling, because ever since we went in a technology direction, the headphones have been the bigger issue almost. Because it's such a major investment, the technology that we're doing, my question is, and it makes me think about my iPhone, that Find My Phone app or whatever. Is there anything like that in those Chromebooks where we could actually get some sense of where they are? And also on the Chromebooks themselves, like my computer has a sticker. I haven't tried to peel it off. I guess maybe you can't. No, you could very easily, actually, now that I've tried it. But is there something inscribed on these Chromebooks? So say they show up at a pawn shop or something, that we have a snowball's chance of at least being able to recover some of them.
Yes, ma'am. And we've actually even turned devices off when students have moved to Hillsborough County, for instance, or Polk County. Our technology team is able to do so through the service tag information. So we know that students, just out of boredom, peel those stickers right off, and so they have engraved the service tag information, and they're able to track them through our inventory system, through Destiny.
Got it. Yes, and I have noticed through the years that the inventory tracking system has really advanced. I think that we've come a long way with that.
So thank you, Ms. Thrower. So following up on Ms. Thrower's question, that actually was a part of a question I was going to have. So since we started on the thought process, as Reverend Cummings was saying, if a student doesn't have internet access at their home, what does that look like with them using this device? My question is, are we currently tracking or when students are logging in after hours? And so that would help us indicate potentially if in fact they do have the access after hours, perhaps. I mean, I don't know how much tracking technology is doing on these 4,400 high school, or 4,400, yeah, this is just high school students, 4,400 Chromebooks that high school students have. But perhaps that would be one tracking mechanism to help us indicate how many students actually don't have access after hours. Do you know if we're currently tracking that, or is that something we're looking at?
No, ma'am, but they are able to do so. So we can definitely put that request in. Something that is also a benefit with one of our purchases that you all approved recently is our Marion through Renaissance. Students can download books that they're interested in reading while they're still on the school campus or when they have internet access. And then when they go home at night, even without internet access, they can read those books, which is a huge opportunity for some of our students without internet access. So we're very excited about that availability.
And thank you. That's absolutely great. I would be interested in tracking then the storage capabilities on because at some point,
yes,
the more books you have
course.
downloaded on a Chromebook, you're going to have an additional issue there. Yes. The other question that I had, and first of all, I want to say, having two high school students who were a part of the very first rollout, I'm certain that we have improved our processes on how we're going to distribute these. I know it was a learning process. It was quite interesting. I think actually my students are in that school that was the very first rollout. It was fascinating. But my question is, again, having two high schoolers, asking them, not as often as I should if they are charging their Chromebooks at home. They should be probably more so. Do we have significant access to charging stations at our high schools? Because students are leaving their charging cables at home and they may go to school without a charged Chromebook and need it in the middle of the day.
Yes, and we that is one of our biggest challenges right now. Just like we all almost go in panic mode when our cell phones are close to dying. Same thing goes with our Chromebooks. The new devices, and we have verified this with the company, they are able to last for 8 hours, which can get them through the entire school day. Even if they were in 6 classes actually using their device. The key is, will they charge it each night to bring their charged device to school? There are purchases being made with just charging stations, so almost just the carts that would be ready to go with the plugs ready in there, so if a student did need to charge a device, they would be able to do so. So that is, we're working on that process, and that will make a big difference. But we just need to also remind students to charge their device just like they charge their cell phones.
Sure, of course. And that was my main question. And I remember talking to a principal early on about this, saying, I'm not certain that we're going to actually have the charging stations. It's great that we're doing this big rollout, but I think that in the process of doing that, potentially we regardless of where we were before, I'm grateful to hear that we're in the process of ensuring that we do have ample charging stations in our secondary schools so that students who don't have fully developed brains will be able to actually use their devices in school.
Exactly.
Okay, terrific. I think that's all I had on technology. Anybody else have any additional questions for these ladies?
Not on technology.
Okay, not on technology. Perfect. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, Ms. Conrad, were you finished with your questions in general, or?
I think I am.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Thrower.
Thank you. First, thank you so much to each and every one of you for your presentations today. It really is exciting to hear details about our foundational systems improvement. And that only happens with grit and determination, hard work, and collaboration. So thank you for that. And I'll start with Ms. Boston Ellis, because every time I hear assigned ending fund balance and fund balance in general, I realize I've learned a few things. And I'm noticing still, sadly, and I know this is the case pretty much across the country, that there are still a lot of unfilled instructional positions. So just doing some quick math, say basic, close to 50,000 for starters with 120 instructional positions, that's $6 million right there. And so while our fund balance may look high, and I know that it fluctuates, I'm looking at the baseline of 6%, the target of 12%, and then 5%. And I know that tends to fluctuate depending on what we're having to pay for through the year. At some point, I realize it's our goal to pretty much have full employment, especially fantastic teachers. And that comes at a hefty price. So I just wanted to acknowledge your continued caution to us as a board. We have to spend within our limits and not allow ourselves to be fooled by what may look like a higher fund balance because of the current situation, I think is what I'm trying to say.
I would say amen to that. The staff hears me all the time talk about, unless we're going to make some structural changes in how we allocate staff, we need to be very, very careful of recurring costs, mainly staff. And I appreciate your concern, but I go to sleep thinking about that. I wake up thinking about that, because you're correct. Right now, we had, I think our estimated fund balance was going to be about, as you stated, 5%. It was about unassigned of about, I believe, 27 million, give or take million. And because we have had vacancies, not only in teaching, but other positions, that fund balance has grown from a budgeting perspective, about 10 million. But the issue is we have had to add additional staff depending on the needs of our schools. So we are closely monitoring that. And, it is a delicate balance between meeting the needs of the district and being fiscally responsible. So I appreciate your comment. Thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you, because we want to make sure that we have the money that we need to fund, everything that we know we need to have and that we want to accomplish. And there always seems to be a conversation in the community of, being top heavy and all of those things. And it seems like no matter what data is presented that shows we're actually among the lowest in terms of administrative costs of our districts. Isn't that, that's an accurate statement, correct? So as we continue to be very authentic and transparent with our conversations, I see the community beginning to shift and are starting to ask, okay, well, we see what you're trying to do here. How can we help? And everyone knows that the foundation is what's happening in the classroom and across the school. So thank you for your continued dedication. The next one is just a thank you to our technology department. I know Morrow did a lot with the great staff that was already there to update and upgrade our technology. I've seen so much improvement over the past couple of years. That single sign-on solution is a game changer. And not all those pop-up windows, so just for functionality, that's been great. Moving on to transportation, and I just want to acknowledge and thank Becky Rohra, Mark Vianello, and that whole team transportation for grabbing the beast by the horns. It is an issue, again, across the whole United States, and every district has handled it a little bit differently. Some districts have gotten to the point where kids aren't being picked up till 10 in the morning because of shortages, and that's had a tremendous ripple effect across those communities. But you guys chose not to do that. You guys chose to authentically face the problems, collaborate, and make it better. And we're seeing the results. As someone that likes to analyze, that trend line on that graph you presented is looking pretty darn good. and I know we're not where we want to be, and we probably never will be, because 100% is almost impossible to achieve. I'm sure we'll get there on days, but I know the hard work that has occurred behind all of this and continues to occur. And I just want to say, as a board member, I really appreciate what you have shared with me, the deeper issues, because if the board doesn't authentically know the problems, we can't be as effective from our sphere of influence to be able to help, and then also have the opportunity to celebrate the tremendous success, because it's tremendously hard work that all of you are doing. And any time that we can really celebrate each other and the successes that we are having is a huge win for this district, and very uplifting. And just little things like the Bellevue Christmas Parade and decorating the bus, with Becky and all of us walking, and hopefully there'll be a Marion County Public Schools bus/float in every parade. That's one of our goals. Again, just to celebrate and share with the community that we actually can have some fun in our jobs and do some great things. Okay, here come the questions. How many temporary bus drivers are we still looking to hire? Because I know our goal is to have more than enough drivers, because people are going to call out, things are going to happen, and we want to be able to keep those routes running.
So we do not have a cap on how many temporary bus drivers we can hire. Currently, we have 6. Some of those that were temp have moved to full-time positions.
Which is nice for them, because then they get, benefits. Essentially, half of our student population rides the bus, and I bet more will be as we continue to improve our service. How are we doing with attrition? It always saddens me, we get a new driver, and despite our best support, they do it for like 3 days, and I'm not doing this anymore.
So that pretty much is the reason we're stagnant at the count that we are, because of those who have chosen to do other professions, and then those that we're bringing on, that number is not growing as fast as we would like for it to grow. Over the winter break, I think we lost 3, and we have gained 2 of the 3, and we have 3 more that are expected to come on by midweek next week. 1 today, and then 2 others by midweek would have completed and start riding out there to learn routes. So that's why our number grow, and then it comes down because of those coming in and those choosing to leave.
Yes, ma'am, and I know we actually had a bus driver pass away over the break too, which was tragic. So, yes, people are going to come and go, but whatever we can do to make their job experience more and more pleasurable, and the kids' rides safer and more pleasurable as well, please continue to share anything we can do from that perspective, which does bring me to the rowdy routes.
Yes, before you go there, Ms. Thrower, let me speak on the death that we had over the winter break. That individual was a driver, had moved to a management position as a transportation assistant, but that did sadden our department to lose a member.
Yes, ma'am, and I know with your cross-training, a lot of those folks do hop on the bus too when they need to.
Absolutely.
That's right, I did classify her as a bus driver, but she was an
Yes.
assistant. Yes, thank you. What was that? Yes, reducing the time until return for our drivers that are on workers' comp issues, and obviously we don't ever want anyone to come back too soon, but there has been some conversation about anything that we can do once a driver, to get them cleared, if they're ready to be cleared and come back to work, to reducing any lag time so that they can get back to work. I know they want to. We know they want to.
So we definitely expedite that. As soon as we get that clearance from risk management, that individual can return to full duty status. That individual comes to us. If they don't come to us, we contact them by phone and get them in, and then make sure that all certifications are up to speed, all physicals are completed. So there is little to no lag time with them coming off of workman's comp. We actually just had 2 to return from that status.
Great. So I hope that whatever clinic we're using or medical facility is able to accommodate, and even prioritize our folks, because they are first line.
Yes, we had several to go through physicals at the facility we're using currently on yesterday. So they are back to work today and tomorrow.
Great. Okay, and then moving on to collaboration with school staff that's actually working the bus loops. And, a lot of times kids have challenges on the bus that spills over into school and vice versa. And it can be so helpful, that communication piece, to get that heads up from each other of what's going on. And I know that there's been some action to look at really making that part of the team transportation culture. I know there's quite a few schools that just have already been doing that, but where are we with that type of collaboration?
So that's a daily, on a daily basis, we're communicating with school personnels in addressing a lot of issues. And also to help with that, we are a part of the dean meeting that they have, and we have a spot on there. And we were just collaborating over the break, and I have to make some few calls after I leave here to look at other ways of presenting information in the dean meetings so that it's not tying up my staff and myself for a whole day. So some of the ways that we may present and share information to the deans where we see that there could be a potential concern is to send them a PowerPoint presentation with a few bullet points to share information, actually recording myself or a team member to share information, and then giving it to the leader of the deans for them to share when we cannot appear in person. But we are always collaborating with the school personnel in addressing any concerns on both sides.
Great, and thank you for that. I know you've always through the years been really visible at schools that I've served, and it just makes such a difference. As our community continues to grow, we still want to keep that family feeling, where we know who's talking to us, even if they're coming through Zoom, and that we have this shared commitment. So thank you for that. In our policy talk yesterday, it came up about alternative transportation options, and this circles me back around to the rowdy routes. At this point, because of everything that we're trying to do, if kids aren't behaving on the bus, we have options. And from my seat, and from conversations with Dr. Gullett, certainly, we want to implement everything we can to make sure that our kids are meeting the expectations, that all of that is flowing smoothly so that we can get our kids to school on time and in a frame of mind to be able, to learn. there's been an area out in the forest where and there's probably more of them, where the roads are just really too darn bad for the bus to be able to get down there, and then the kids sometimes can't even get out. So anything that we can help support, you know, the smaller vans, four-wheel drives, I mean, they have all-wheel drive now, you know, kind of whatever it takes.
Usually some of the roads, if they're that bad, I don't know that a van would help because the bottom is so low. It will probably bottom out. But currently, we have placed stops within less of a walking distance than that which is required by the state. So under the 6A3 rule, districts are required to place stops no more than 1.5 miles for a walkout for a child. And because it's a shared responsibility for the parent to get the child to that location. So we get as close as we could within neighborhoods for all of our students. And what Marion County has done has lowered that walkout for elementary age students to 1 mile. So we're within 1 mile our stops for most of our students where we can get to. So if we have any walking out beyond that 1.5 miles as required by the state, then it's because they are so far back that we can't get a vehicle there. But I can tell you those numbers are very few.
Yes, thank you, and I know you guys do everything you can, including with our students that have been identified as truant, you know, providing a bus basically just for them in an effort to, you know, take away the barriers to getting them to school. So it's nothing new that transportation goes above and beyond. I was just interested that some of the newer legislation and policy capability is providing some kind of outside-the-box options, so we're ready to listen for whatever you might need.
Yes, the state do require us to remove all barriers, so.
Oh, yes,
that
they
is
do.
true.
Okay, I believe that that's all that I had as far as transportation. Again, thank you for absolutely everything that you all continue to do. It's just so foundational to the success of this district.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. I only just have a couple more things in there quick. I'm thinking about the grants. I guess this would be Ms. Dobbins. It was really exciting to hear about the potential $15 million grant. There's no point leaving available money on the table. And I know we have some really smart people that are probably great grant writers that probably already have a track record of winning grants. And that is a whole area of expertise in itself. So thank you very much for doing that. And then just moving on quickly to wellness, as I sat here and ate a tasty old donut right before that presentation. Thank you, Jamie. I did not realize that Food and Nutrition has a Facebook page, so I will look for that and I will share it. That's great. You know, our kids really do need to have that exposure to better nutrition and better health. And I love the idea of the taste testing events. Tastings for adults have been very popular for a long time, and they're well attended. So it's something that they'll continue to be exposed to through the years. And that's the best way to get kids to change their eating habits, is to give them the opportunity to try new things. The last thing with Ms. Boston Ellis, when we went to self-funded, there's no way we could have predicted that we were about to get hit by a global pandemic. So that was kind of ironic, but I am so thankful, you know, through, again, the hard work and fiscal stewardship that we actually are realizing savings, and I love hearing that at some point, and hopefully soon, we'll be able to shift those savings directly to our employees. You know, we all know the difficulty with accessing medical care these days, and the cost of medications and all of that. So that is a huge recruiting tool, and maybe that'll help us, you know, with our quest to full employment. So thank you again, and please thank Mr. Norwood and his team. And again, just to finalize, thank you to all of you. You're just committed to the authentic success of this district, and I could not be more appreciative. I know that was long, but you guys present a lot of information, so.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. I'm going to try to be brief as well, but I do have a couple of shout outs I want to give on this. I don't know that necessarily that there'll be questions similar to what Dr. James said, but my first one, since we already talked to you ladies about technology, I want to take the other side of it and give a shout out to our technology department. Really, in considering everything that this district is doing and everything we're moving toward, if we weren't already there, technology is going to touch, and technology will continue to touch, and technology is instrumental in everything this district is going to do to help every student succeed. Every aspect of what we do is technology driven, and if we don't give a shout out to those folks in technology, we're really missing the boat. So thank you to all of them for all that they've been doing to ensure that we are helping every student succeed, including making sure that our staff has what they need, making sure that our teachers can have the professional leadership and learning that they have that is on demand now, as I heard today. All that we're doing is technology driven, and so those folks definitely deserve a huge pat on the back, and I wanted to do that today. I also want to say, Mr. Knight, in your presentation, the most compelling for me, again, was the photograph of all of the paperwork orders. This is where I want to say to anyone else in the district that sees, and you all have heard me say this before, anyone who sees such vast inefficiencies in the district, please tell someone, even if it gets all the way to Dr. Gullett. Make sure that we are aware. I think if this board had seen that picture 5 years ago, we might not have had it then, frankly. I mean, that maybe I'm just speaking as one board member, but I can't fathom the inefficiency of paperwork orders that this district has been doing for eons, and that it's 2023 and we're not quite implemented, but we're close. So I'm very grateful that we are moving towards an electronic, technology-driven work order process. I'm sure there are other areas in the district that could use the same efficiency-driven technology. Again, shout out to Technology Department for helping us, whatever we need there. But again, if there's anyone else, Mr. Knight included, if there are other departments that are just having vast inefficiencies like that, I welcome it. Again, send it through the chain of command to Dr. Gullett. Even if you need to copy board members, we are open to see it. Thank you, as Ms. Thrower just said, on the Renew America's Schools grant. I pulled it up while you were talking quickly, Ms. Dobbins, just to see what that even was. I saw Dr. Reese walk in, not about this presentation, but thank you to our grants department. Thank you to the team. Whatever grants we can do, that one specifically speaks to energy improvements in public schools. We need it. We need alternative funding sources. We know we need energy improvements in schools. So grateful for the work that you guys are doing there. For Ms. Lovett, you know that I love all the things that you're doing. You and I talk about it pretty frequently, but I just have to say that when my middle schooler comes home and is excited to tell me that he chose a salad for lunch, that's a huge prop to you. So thank you very much on that. And all the farm to table and all that we're working on, I just love all the improvements that we're doing there. And the last thing I'll mention is in procurement. I love that we're doing by board. I know that was something actually that this board brought back from a Florida School Board Association conference. I do want to actually even say, I don't know how often Mr. Knight has worked with you at all, but one of the success stories that we've heard about by board actually is because all of the government entities across the nation, or not all, but many government entities in various sectors are all a part of by board. And one inclusive was a university, a public university here in the state of Florida. And they actually, they purchased all of the bleachers in a new stadium that they built through by board. So I want to say that there potentially are those facilities kinds of things also that we might be able to get the 3 bids through by board that you might not necessarily consider. It's not always just, a computer or pens or something like that. It might actually be those large purchases as well, that they were actually able to get the best price that way. So just wanted to give that piece of information. I think that's all that I had. I don't know that the board has anything else on this presentation today. Thank you again to the team. I know that we've taken an hour and 15 minutes of your day, but so grateful. Did you have anything else, Ms. Conrad? Okay. Thank you so much for all that you all have done. I wanted to open it up now to public comment. Is there any public comment specific to Goal 4 of our strategic plan on the agenda today?
Ms. Melanie Slaughter?
scheduling. Okay, that's what I thought, Ms. Slaughter, but I was just checking. Okay, all right, perfect. With that, thank you, team. I'm sure if you're not here for the rest of the day, then go about your day and have a wonderful day. We appreciate all that you do. Please share with your teams all the appreciation that we have shared today as well. Thank you. Dr. Gullett, who will we be hearing from now from your
Thank
team?
you, Madam Chair, and members of the board again. So we are going to move on to the presentation for the instructional calendar. You will hear a presentation being kicked off by Mr. Ayers. And just to say very simply, this seems like a very simple task, and it's quite a complex one. So looking forward to hearing your questions at the end. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, board members, Dr. Gullett, Ms. Martinez-Lopez, and Attorney Powers, who stepped away. Okay, we're here today to talk about the proposed 23-24 instructional calendar. As you know, the calendar is developed according to the MEA contract, school board policy, and state statutory requirements. State statute dictates that school cannot start before August 10th. Board policy 8210 also states, make sure that we have 180 days or the hourly equivalent. Again, it reiterates that August 10th can't start before then, and that both semesters are of equal length, approximately. The calendar is developed with a committee. That group consists of district personnel, union representatives, a board member. We had MEA, MESP representation, human resource representation, directors for curriculum instruction, student pathways and assessment, exceptional education, professional learning. We have area superintendents on the board, on the committee, representative from payroll, transportation, state reporting, public relations, community engagement, facilities and operations, and also Ms. Thrower was our school board member. This year we offered 3 individual meetings with the committee, and these were smaller focus group meetings that we met. During these focus groups, suggestions, input, requests, and needs were discussed. The instruction calendar was brainstormed, and representatives were able to ask each other questions and have conversations together. Finally, the calendar considerations were prioritized based on the collaboration. 180 days, an hourly equivalent, and 196 contract days was always our starting point. The proposed calendar was posted on the district website for stakeholder input. Remember that the calendar survey is a very valuable resource that we use, but it is also not very scientific. The responses are not verified, and you're able to do multiple responses to that. But again, the information gathered is valuable. We had 13,556 views of the calendar, of which 1,969 comments were left. That shows a 15% response for the surveys. Based on the data, there were 2 main considerations that were brought up: the early release days and the start of the winter holiday. We'll discuss those in the presentation. There were comments and feedback on both sides of the issue, as well as questions and considerations. The calendar development, the school year. The first teacher work day is August 2nd, 2023. The first student day is August 10th, 2023. The last student day is May 29th, 2024. And the last teacher day is May 30th, 2024. The proposed calendar includes an additional teacher work day for a total of 6 work days before students begin. A reminder that the student's first day of school cannot be earlier than August 10th. State statute also requires that teachers cannot be paid in advance. Thus, to keep teachers on their current biweekly pay schedule, they must work a minimum of 8 days before a paycheck can be issued. To meet this requirement and keep teachers receiving the first paycheck, when they would be typically receive that paycheck, an additional teacher workday was added to the front of the calendar. This calendar has 180 student days and 196 contract days for teachers. Other considerations that the committee had in the focus group was that state testing will not start earlier than May 1st, and we need to maximize the number of testing days that we have. Based on current feedback and prior feedback that we received for the calendar, we were able to accommodate a midterm break this year due to the period between spring break and the end of the year being so long. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hembrick now for early release.
Thank you. So during the small focus group meetings that Mr. Ayers mentioned, the request came to consider adding early release days back into the instructional calendar. This request came from multiple stakeholders from that instructional committee group. At that time, Student Pathways and Assessment shared that their department had conducted an analysis on districts that are considered high performing. And what they discovered was in the state of Florida, those high-performing districts, those districts that are in the top third of the state, have some type of professional learning early release day built into their instructional calendar. All of them do that with the exception of one of those high-performing districts. So adding time adding time for professional learning was one of the top recommendations or prioritizations from the instructional committee. The early release days are being proposed as a 1-hour release on each Wednesday of the school year for the purpose of that professional learning. In response to some of the comments and questions that we saw on the survey, it's important to pause here and really define what that looks like because there were a lot of questions on the survey. So professional learning or professional development can look very differently for a variety of purposes. Professional learning can be a formalized process, or there's also job-embedded opportunities for professional learning. So a formalized process is where you might picture a school leader, a school coach, or a district representative standing in front of a large group providing some type of formalized training, right? A job-embedded professional learning opportunity is a setting where you might see teachers working together in a grade level group or a content area group, and they might be focusing on what's most, what their student needs are or what their student data is telling them. So, for example, teachers on an early release day might have the opportunity to review some formative assessment data and then take that time to structure and develop some reteach opportunities to either close academic achievement gaps or for those students that were successful based on that formative assessment data to even accelerate that learning. So that's just one picture for you. Another example might be to have teachers in a content area or grade level work to score essays using the new state rubric. And so by collaborating on that task together in a group, teachers have each other and the student work to really discuss and process and give feedback that aligns with that rubric, which will benefit students in the end because they'll have that strong feedback and that would impact achievement. In addition, professional learning can be provided for our non-instructional staff as well. And so this would be where our non-instructional staff have the opportunity for some professional learning based on their job role at the schools. And so this could include where paraprofessionals are working with the teacher or an instructional coach in the classroom about perhaps how to give student feedback in a small group setting or helping paraprofessionals themselves understand some of the new benchmarks that we're working with this year. The type of professional learning offered depends greatly on the needs of the students, the teachers, the schools, as well. If early release days are included in the instructional calendar for the next school year, school and district leaders, as well as teachers, would meet to create what that model would look like for Marion County. They would work and talk about what the early release day model and suggestions and criteria would look like, so that schools would still have that autonomy for their specific school, staff, and teacher needs, as well as giving the district opportunities to to share some of the professional learning that they have as well. So really the goal would be to include all stakeholders to create that model of professional learning that will impact student achievement and then meet the needs of teachers and schools and students. And then finally, just for clarity and transparency with the proposed early release days, the proposal from the committee was 1 hour release days, and if those are included into the instructional calendar for next school year, we would still be within that statutory requirement of the 900 hours.
Next, we're going to talk about the weather makeup days that are included in the calendar. As this year showed with our 4 days that we missed, it's imperative that we have some things scheduled. We were able to make up those days with our hours that we have already built into the calendar. So we have some options that we can discuss for weather makeup days. And those options range from recouping the early release days to capture any missed instructional hours, or actually having weather days, which would be potentially December 21st and the 22nd, because the instructional committee, when we met, it was unanimous to understand that any missed time to be made up before testing. Because if you put the makeup time at the end of the calendar, which we've done in the past, that doesn't really impact student achievement. So any missed time, should be made up before the testing schedule. And with November, we actually had a storm in the Gulf this year in November. So potentially we could still have missed days in November. So really our only time for really makeup days would be the December or January. So obviously our first option would be if we have enough instructional hours built in. But then we would have December 21st and 22nd, or even potentially January 4th and 5th on the calendar for makeup days. And again, we would publicize those on a calendar as potential days for understanding, but it would be the board's decision to decide what days we would use and when we would use them. And they're listed on the slide in no particular order. So whether we would use early release days or the days, the first, that would be determined at the time. So next slide. Thanksgiving break, again, is the week of the 20th to the 24th. For the last several years, that has been a week that has been off for the district. And going into winter break. Winter break, again, with this new calendar, would start on Thursday, December 21st, which is later. Again, the importance to understand about the winter break being less is with board policy now that's in there that the semesters be equivalent, we need to make sure we have at least the equivalent, approximately the equivalent days, as well as the minimum number of days for instructional hours for credit generation. So we need to be able to have at least 86 days in the second semester to be able to do that. So Thursday, December 21st, you would leave for Christmas break or winter break, and then students would return on Tuesday, January 9th. So as opposed to getting out early, you stay later for the winter break. And that is the calendar. So now we're opening it up for superintendent's comments and board comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. Thank you, Dr. Hembrook. I'm bored, and I'm looking forward to hearing your questions and feedback. I just want to say, as a superintendent, I do not sit on this committee, and I don't know that it's always clear, but I'm a big proponent of let the process evolve. I do want to recognize all of the people, including those 2 employees before you, but all of the work and feedback. I've heard a lot. I know that you all have heard a lot of feedback on this, but I really want to recognize the focus on innovation and change, and not change for change's sake, but for doing what we need to do for students. And with that, I want to say that wherever we land, that we do what's best for our students, and we support those closest to our students, which are our teachers. That I'm passionate about. So I just think that's really important, but I do appreciate the thinking differently and gathering of input from many stakeholders, because that's what makes us better. So with that, I turn it over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. I have a lot of opinions, but I don't want to share them yet. So who wants to start, board?
I'll go first.
Dr. James.
I also have lots of opinions. I'm going to wear my teacher hat first, and I'm also a mom. I was also an administrator and a community member. So I'm going to start with my teacher hat. When I looked over the comments, I did a Control F function. I'm just going to offer that in the future. I don't think that's my phone.
No, it's definitely her microphone. I was trying to get your attention, Mr. Christian. Her microphone is definitely feeding back. I can work on that. Thank you.
I would love if that document got sent, even if just to board members, in an Excel document so I could filter. So in the absence of being able to do that, I searched the word Christmas because I wanted to, what I heard throughout the community was lots of talk about Christmas break. So I said, let me just look for the comments about Christmas. And then when I looked at those comments, I looked at who shared the comment. I also did that same thing for early release Wednesdays. I also want to add that my K-12 education and the first 2 years of my teaching career were in a district that had early release Wednesdays. It is how I grew up, and it is the only thing I know as a student is to get out of school on 1 hour early on a Wednesday. Did it completely turn off?
No, he's adjusting the speaker back.
Okay. So I full-heartedly believe in an early release Wednesday. As an educator, it gave me opportunity, just as you shared about, I have memories as an English teacher in the beginning parts of my career, sitting with my team and doing exactly what you shared, Dr. Hembrook, with disaggregating, writing samples, and making sure we were all calibrated on how we would grade them. And those opportunities were present and available because we had that time on a Wednesday afternoon. So I know that as a parent, and when I put on my mama hat, I don't know how I'm going to get in car line at 1 o'clock on a Wednesday just yet. But from a teacher's perspective, and when I read the feedback, I believe that that is what's best to drive our instructional model as a district. One thing I saw questions regarding, if we're going to start with, I will start with early release Wednesdays. Will extended day be offered at dismissal on Wednesdays?
Very good question. And so I've been working with Marion After School programs, and in the past we have done something called a drop-in Wednesday for families that maybe only need the Wednesday, or I'm sorry, whichever day we decide, that early release day. But if they're already in the program, they would obviously be included in that extra hour. We're willing and we're interested in conducting a survey if this is the direction that we're going to go, to see how many families would need that. And then it's just really a matter of being able to hire additional personnel. We have to keep our ratio of adults to students 1 to 25. And so if we have additional students, we would have to hire that personnel.
Wonderful. So I had two questions about that. There is a misconception that extended day wouldn't start until the typical release time in the community, but I felt confident we would start on a Wednesday when students were dismissed for all normal extended day students.
Yes, you are correct.
And then I would love that creativity surrounding a early release drop-in for families who may just need that extra hour to be able to get to school at traditional pickup time. So that would be an awesome creative solution I would love to see. I draw question to, I'm sure Ms. Conrad probably also draws question to this with our elementary hat. Stagger start for kindergarten is going to be incredibly challenging in 2 days. I wholeheartedly hear you, Mr. Ayers, in the days to make sure our employees get paid when they're supposed to. So what I would offer to our elementary department is creativity around how we will structure stagger start to meet the needs of our students. And I don't know if you have a comment on that in this moment or not. I certainly don't need one in this moment because I think making sure people get paid in a timely manner is incredibly important. But I would just offer that elementary principals are going to need some space to come up with creativity regarding kindergarten stagger start. Because 2 days, I think 3-day stagger start was a challenge this year. So a 2-day stagger start would be, I would offer, almost impossible to do what we would traditionally do with stagger start, which is to create that intimate environment to best prepare kindergartners for success.
Yeah, that was definitely discussed during the committee, and that was one of the benefits of having our smaller groups that we had this year, is it did provide more intimate discussion and conversation, and things were brought up that Stephen Ayers doesn't necessarily think about, but stagger start. How are we going to adjust that with stagger start? And so that is discussed, and we're already in the background pre-planning and preparing and taking that into consideration.
And if I may add, we haven't really talked about we would still plan on doing the 3 days. So we would do the Thursday and the Friday, and then the Monday.
And I guess I would love the input from principals, but I know I think historically Stagger Start has been has it been closer to 4 days? Or it kind of just depended on when school started. I know, it's traditionally been 3? Okay. So certainly I would love to see us add that, make sure that we get that 3rd day on that Monday. And I'm sure that's going to be tricky, but I think that would be best for our students. I'm going to offer that we remove the early release days in May. As an administrator who is responsible for testing and students who need extra time for testing, I do not think it would be appropriate to have to have an early release day on the 4 Wednesday, because I'm also offering other changes. I don't believe that we need early release days in May. I think we need to save every possible minute for testing in May, and I don't want to see us take away that time. If we made those days full days, we would also add 4 or 5 hours to our instructional calendar, which would help potentially buffer if we had a storm day. So that would be a suggestion that I would offer. Now the most impactful piece that everyone had comments regarding. I want to offer that Christmas break should start Monday, December 18th. And Christmas break would end on New Year's Day, and students would return on the 2nd. I just counted the 86 days, which you mentioned, Mr. Ayers, and I believe we have those 86 days with a return on with a Christmas break beginning on the 18th, so semester 1 ending on the 15th. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I did a quick little count, and I think we hit the 80. I think we're right at 86 there. The overwhelming response from the surveys from families was that they want the time before Christmas. And I can appreciate that. I think this Christmas break was incredibly long. I do not want to go more than 2 weeks without seeing our students in our schools, because for some students, we are their safe place. We are the ones that make sure that they are okay, and going almost 3 weeks without seeing our students is a really long time. So I would offer that Christmas break would run December 18th through January 1st, with students returning on January 2nd. And that would also mean that, now whether that teacher workday moves or whatever, I don't know. That can be, I'm not hung up on that. And what that would offer is that our last day of school could be Friday, May 24th. I think that our student attendance, if we do not make these changes, will be not very good the week before Christmas, those Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And our student attendance after Memorial Day will be just as bad. So I would like to offer that our last day of school would be Friday, May 24th, and we would move those days and find those days by shortening Christmas break and starting it earlier.
I can tell you, and those are good comments.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt for a moment? I'm sorry. I wanted to ask my team if they could bring up the calendar during this conversation so that everyone could see it and the public could follow as well. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you.
That was the conclusion of my comments, concerns, and suggestions. I feel like after reading the community's input and taking in my own variety of hats I wear, I think that would be a better representation of our community's needs.
I can tell you that those were talked about and discussed in the committee meeting. The two things that drove the decision was to maximize the days in May for testing. By doing that, we would lose 2 days in May for testing and potential makeup of testing in May, as well as then board policy to say that we need to be as equal on semesters as we can. And by taking those 3 days off, we're even further in balance of the semester. So I just bring that up.
But if we're adding the days before break and starting semester 2 on the 2nd, then the days are just moving, and we're bringing the school year timeline up, then I believe
We're still shorting first semester by those number of days. 3 more days.
No, I understand that. I guess I'm not grasping the math on that.
Really, each 9-week quarter, you're trying to equalize.
Well, we're trying to equalize the semester, so first semester ends before Christmas break. And if we take 3 more days, we're even further in an imbalance.
And Mr. Ayers, if I'm not mistaken, I was trying to do a quick, this goes back to policy. So you referenced school board policy. Is it new policy or was it existing policy prior to July 12th? Is that a policy that you've always stood by, that we try to make sure that each semester is?
That's what we've always done, but we went back and looked at policy again during the somebody mentioned it in the meeting.
Right.
So we did go back to refer back to policy.
Okay, so it is policy 8210. I just looked it up, Attorney Powers, and I was referencing this. I was trying to look in the statute if that actually is written in statute. I haven't been able to.
It's not in statute, no ma'am.
Right.
Statute does not say that, but it does say that in board policy.
In board policy that was adopted July 12th. So that, we're talking about policy and rulemaking, and if it's something that we need to do to adjust, then that, just leaving that out there, board. Go ahead.
Sorry, you reminded me of one other thing I had. I heard what you said regarding weather days, but I would offer that we should put those in November instead of Christmas, and put them at the first 2 days of Thanksgiving break as bad weather days. That would be something that I would offer there as well. Coming from a district that did early release days, though, as an educator, we got hit with hurricanes, we got rid of early release days. And as a student, I was like, oh my gosh, no early release days, what are we gonna do? But from an educator's perspective, we never had to make up a day, we just lost that hour. And obviously there were impacts to professional development opportunities, but we didn't have to move days around, or parents didn't have to change their schedules because of added days. So I think that would be a great first line of defense for a hurricane makeup day as well. Okay, I think that's it.
Okay, sure. Would you repeat the part about the early release days? Are you saying that early release days would be given up first?
Yes.
Okay.
So basically, if there was a hurricane day, instead of taking an entire day off of, which would have been a vacation, you got rid of them in May, or you got rid of them and you just kind of slowly started finding those hours and working your way. That's how I saw Orange County do it when I was a student.
Working them backwards?
I mean, it's been a minute, so I'm not gonna, don't quote me, but I remember them kind of moving from the end of the calendar back towards. So if you needed to make up days, you would lose your early release days in May, and then you would lose them maybe in April, so that you would still maximize that professional development time throughout the school year, and then just have that least amount of impact. And again, I would offer, I don't think we should have early release days in May anyways for testing purposes.
Which would take away the opportunity to give them up for weather makeup, so then we would automatically be looking at.
But we would be gaining 4 instructional hours, so the hours are already there. So we didn't have to actually make up any hurricane. We didn't have any days because of the way that this calendar was created for this school year, we had enough hours built in that we didn't actually have to do a hurricane makeup day.
That's awesome.
So if we got rid of these 4 hours in May for early release, or 5, depending on what the calendar looks like now, those would be hours that we're adding to our numerator, I think, right? Denominator, I don't know, math is hard. But we would be adding it so that we wouldn't be losing that opportunity because we're adding those hours overall, I think.
Okay. Ms. Conrad.
Okay. First of all,
I'm sorry, Dr.
No,
Gullett.
I didn't want to,
Go ahead, chime in.
thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I don't want to disrupt the conversation, but to the makeup days, and that is the conversation, when the team presented the findings, is the more, from my standpoint, the more flexible we are and go forward with, the better, because as we know, we didn't know how many days we would be out, and we didn't anticipate this kind of year, so we don't know what comes before us, but the early release days are, if we move in that direction, are a great way to do that. It's simple is always best. The less complex is best for not only our staff, but for our parents, our families, our community, right? Clarity is helpful. So that's why I would recommend that wherever we land, that there's flexibility. And I describe it as almost like a menu, because it depends on when they come and how many there are. And so we were able to make decisions this year that we didn't have to set up a special meeting to come back to the board. I was able to inform the board, you've already approved this, we can move forward. And it was, I think it was much simpler and easier for us to not have any challenges with communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad.
Okay. First, I want to tell you both and the committee, thank you for the work that you did. I've been a part of this system for 27 years, and there are components of coming up with this calendar that I was unaware of. And so, thank you, one, for the work that you do, and two, for such a good explanation. I will say the comments from the community, from the survey, were just very vast. You know, people hated it and people loved it. And so I wanted to share that. There was a lot of response. You said 15%, but it really was a division. With that being said, even when change is good, it can be difficult. And so it's been several years since this district has had very many half days. And so in my mind, there's a mindset that will have to shift. Especially for our parents and families as they adjust if we choose to take that route, because it's a change in what they're used to. Just some concerns I wanted to share. Just when I started visiting schools at the beginning of this journey and talking with administrators and teachers, they are very fearful about losing instructional time. I know as you talk with teachers and administrators about assessments, that's a huge concern, and as we share what's going to happen during these early release days that we're considering, I think that will ease some of the tension and the worry that people are feeling, and I think that is an important part of the process. I love that the activities and things and planning we're talking about are going to be school-based. I think that's extremely important and beneficial, so I love that you shared that out. Another concern that we'd be able to address with these early release days is administrators particularly shared that they have zero time to work with non-instruct, and teachers that don't have a teaching certificate, which we know is higher right now than it's ever been. And so that gives our administrators a chance to work with those staff members particularly, and really a lot on behavior. Working on behavior strategies for their teachers to work with their students. So I just wanted to share that out. I agree with Dr. James, coming back and giving some days to the Thanksgiving week is a good idea. And I think that the last several years we've had a week for Thanksgiving break, but before that we did not. We came to school Monday, Tuesday, and we were off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I do think that's a good option. I also, with having the half days in May, if Christmas break is going to start on the 20th, I wondered if it would be, we could consider making the 18th and 19th early release days in December, just because you know that kids are wackadoodle right before Christmas. And so we could have instructional time during the morning, and kids could go home early, and teachers could prepare for coming back in the new year, especially if they're going to come back so soon, right at the beginning of January, because we're used to having a work day and a training day there. Has there been any discussion about having the early release on a Friday, and is there any research supporting or negating that idea? Several parents, mentioned in their comments that Friday is a day that they get off early from work. There's a little more flexibility for families on Friday, and was that discussed at all?
Yes, thank you. We actually did discuss that, and when we read, Mr. Ayers and I read every comment, and we were able to disaggregate some of that data as well. So we saw that from families as well. The committee they did talk about that. They talked about optional days other than the Wednesday. Attendance was our concern. So if you make it on a Friday or a Monday, the committee was hesitant about what the attendance would look like.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me for concerns for the calendar.
Just to address real quick the winter holiday break with the division of the thing. Right now, the way it stands right now, there are 88 days in the first semester. We need a minimum of 86, and that's for seat time for credit generation. Because high schools and our middle schools have high school credit that they generate. And so, again, multifaceted things that we're involved with. It's not just 900 hours, 180 days, but also in order to issue credit, you have to have a certain number of instructional hours. And 86 days is the minimum threshold for that. So, per semester to be able to issue a semester credit.
Okay, I do have one more question. a concern. In previous, we had early release days once a month, and it was a 2-hour early release. In visiting with administrators, one of the things that they'd like to do was, and this is 100% across the board, they would like some fellowship time with their staff. And so in considering an early release day that would be 2 hours early and not as frequent, I didn't know the discussion that you had, the pros and cons. Just wanted to share that our administrators are working on having time with their staff in fellowship, a luncheon or something before they go into their school-based training. And was that discussed, and what were the pros and cons?
Yes, the committee did discuss how it's been historically, the 2 hours, one day a month, I believe it was. I was before my time, so I apologize. But what the committee felt, for those that had been here before, was attendance was a concern on those particular days. And so they felt if we reduced it from the 2 hours to the 1 hour, but then there were more frequent opportunities throughout the month, that we would have a better result in a higher attendance.
Thank you.
The other feedback from the administrators we talked to is having a 1 hour early release made the class periods that day longer. So you could have more structure in a classroom on an early release that's a 1 hour versus a 2 hour early release, which really truncates the size of those classes during that day.
Thank you.
Who wants to go next? Actually, I want to ask a timeline question. So what you're hearing today, obviously this is the first time this board is having an opportunity to weigh in. And frankly, last evening at 4:45, when we received the survey results, I wanted to pick up the phone or text all of my fellow board members and say, you take pages 1 through 30 and I'll take, and we'll decipher all this data. And I understand looking at qualitative data is not statistically applicable. And so I was creating my own coding mechanism and went through about 250 responses myself just to try to get at least some kind of average of something. And I mean, anybody who's a doctoral candidate, I'll yell at, you know what I'm talking about. I'm like, you're looking at qualitative data, you have to put some kind of numbers to it. So again, receiving that last night at 4:45 has caused me a bit of a concern because we had not seen this, that you all were able to digest much more concretely. What is our actual timeline that we have to have this approved? And of the questions that the board is presenting and the recommendations that you are going to hear, and you're going to hear many of them, I have some of the same ones that my two fellow board members that have already spoken, and there may be additional that come up. What does it look like moving forward? Will you come back to us with what that looks like with another proposed calendar, or what actually is our timeline? When do we have to have this done?
As soon as possible.
I understand that answer. I need a real answer.
We don't have in concrete, it has to be done by X day, but there's so many processes that can't start until we have the instructional calendar set. So if we had discussion today and we came up with board consensus, we would bring this back to the board for the final vote in January 24th, I believe is the day. If we want to come back to another work session, then that would push that date back into February to be able to get final approval, which then is hiring, instructional calendar, all kinds of things that are tied to it.
So, and maybe this is a procedural question, and this may dictate where we go from here. Maybe this is a procedural question. At this point, based on two current board members that we've heard from already, I don't believe you're going to have consensus on this calendar today.
Agreed.
So, I mean, that's where I am right now. So procedurally, and we want to certainly continue this conversation and ensure that we have dialogue and give you all of our suggestions and feedback. But could we put a standing spot on our agenda each work session coming up, and even if we need to have an additional work session just on this calendar, that we can do that for the foreseeable future until we land where we need to be, and go ahead and have a placeholder perhaps on this January whatever date for the board meeting to be where we will approve that. So I don't want to hold things up, but I also know that we need to have time to digest everything we've heard from the community. I know I reached out to 10 different school districts yesterday and got feedback from them on where they've been, also considering what their district grades are, because I know that was a part of the consideration. And one district has always been an A, but they've always had these since 1994. So we can't compare ourselves to someone like that. So I want to see procedurally if that's something that we could do and possibly even come to the table a few more times this month to ensure that we can get this where we all are comfortable with it. Dr. Gullett or Ms. Martinez-Lopez?
Certainly, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at January 19th, which is our next scheduled work session. We have a full agenda, but as long as the board understands we might need to go beyond noon, I certainly think it's appropriate to do that, and it would be a good idea to have that follow-up conversation. And if that pleases the board, we're happy to do that and entertain any other suggestions.
I think that I would like to see a revised calendar presented at the next work session after we get all of the board comments today.
Madam Chair, we need to make sure that this gets done in a sooner than later fashion because it brings about stability for our district. We do have some scheduled work sessions that are going to be at length and that have some very important things. I propose that even if we have to schedule, we're board members, if we have to schedule a special work session just for this, to get this done and hammered out, because parents need to know, staff need to know, administrators need to know, and we need to do this. We don't need to kick the can down the road too far. So I'd rather it not be attached to a separate agenda, separate work session, to just to a work session, but to do a separate one, a special one, and to get it done.
And I agree with you, Reverend Cummings, on that. We do need to have consensus that we're okay with scheduling additional, potentially 1 or 2 work sessions to ensure we hammer this out. Your initial timeline is that this will be on the January, I'm not looking at the 24th board meeting agenda for approval. So whatever from a timeline standpoint that we have to ensure that we have consensus ahead of that, I don't want to alter what your existing timeline is, that you're anticipating we will have this on an agenda for board approval. But whatever work we need to do in advance of that, and yes, I think we're willing to do that.
May I ask, Madam Chair, to Mr. Ayers, if the board chose to have an additional work session devoted to this topic a week from today on the 12th, I don't want to put you on the spot, but would you be able to bring back options based on the conversations and feedback today?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I'm available.
Something for the board to consider. Okay, thank you.
That should work.
Look at my calendar.
I'm available.
Are we all available on January 12th at 9 a.m.? Yep. Okay.
You have to advertise this morning.
And are we good with advertising that?
I don't know if we should be able to advertise.
I know, I was going to say, will we be good with advertising
We're
that?
talking about if we advertised it now.
Will we just need to start it at noon instead so that we have that full 7 days?
I'm going to defer to Attorney Powers.
Right, we've got 7 days if it were advertised today, but it couldn't be published until.
Advertising would not.
Right, and for a special work session, or a special school board meeting, either of the two, we would it would have to be sort of an emergency purpose in order to schedule something with a 24 or 48-hour window.
I don't know that this classifies as an emergency.
Well, stability of our district.
Yes.
It does.
Depending on, because once we have the data that y'all provide us today, we could have, and when is the minimum that we would need this to be published in order to have it on the 12th?
This morning.
This morning.
This morning?
So let's back into on January 24th, the last day we would need to have approval for that, for publishing for our actual board meeting. So we would need that to be confirmed by the 16th. I'm trying to ensure that.
The board meeting is already published, so the 24th, so that's fine as far as if we get to do final approval. If we do a work session on the 19th, then of course we have plenty of time to go ahead and advertise. The 12th, of course, presents a problem because it should have been into the CalSTAR banner yesterday by noon, and that's if they send a
Right.
response.
The 19th, we already have a work session.
Right, but that agenda is quite full, I believe, already.
What about the 18th?
What about the 18th?
The 18th is what I
Ooh.
was looking at also. Oh, he says no.
I'm in court.
Okay.
Jury duty that day.
So, pardon us while we, because this is incredibly important that we ensure that we stay on your timeline, yet I'm pretty confident you're not having
17th.
consensus on what you're
What
presenting.
about the 17th, then we would just be giving up our briefings.
Give up our briefings.
Yeah.
17th.
I'll have to move something, but I can do that.
Are we against a Friday the 13th?
Philosophically, yes.
I am not available on Fridays at 9 a.m.
Yeah, and I'm not available that Friday.
That wouldn't have been sufficient time, Dr. James, to publish.
It's still, yeah.
The 13th.
The 17th. Okay, I will need to move a meeting. So 9 a.m. on the
17th.
17th? Okay. We all in agreement on that, 9 a.m. on the 17th?
Mr. Rohr, I haven't yet placed on my calendar the date of our meeting with the ILA representatives for the county.
That's actually Friday the 13th.
That's Friday the 13th, okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right, terrific. Now, I think we've settled that, and the 17th?
17th at
Yes.
One more point of clarification.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez Lopez, when do you need it for advertising if we're going to do it on the 17th?
Well, right now, she can do it right now.
But it can be in the agenda for the board meeting on the 19th. I mean, when you publish on the 19th for the following week.
Correct.
But for the work session, the special work session on the 17th?
On the 17th, so I would publish that on the 10th. So I would need
Okay.
that by noon on the 10th.
Yeah, we'll get it to you Monday.
Okay, perfect. And I, right now, will say that we hopefully will have something clarified by the 19th, so it will publish as regular in board docs, that potentially you can present us a couple of options based on the feedback that you have today, and we'll come to some consensus on that day. Okay, all right, terrific. I want to continue on with comments. Reverend Cummings, Vice Chair Thrower, do you want, Reverend Cummings? Go ahead.
Thank you guys for the extensive work that you've done in putting together a proposed calendar for us. As I stated, I think we need to get this done so that we can have stability within our district. I do kind of have an issue with just the 1 hour of the Wednesdays 1 hour, because I question, and I heard Dr. Hembrook give that there's different formats of PD, but I question how effective is that PD going to be when we say early dismissal or whatever, and parents still don't pick up their kids at the time that they're supposed to pick them up, and those kids are still, and I've been at schools where they've dismissed early, and those kids are still sitting there, and staff are still dealing with those kids while they're there. And then the other aspect of that is how much with that early dismissal, the non-instruct PD, they need that time. They need some time to deal with their teachers and for teachers to deal with them and to bond and to do all the things that they're going to have with the professional development. So I'm concerned about that. I was talking to an administrator and we kind of looked at some things, and I went back and looked at a few years, 2017 and 2018 school calendar, and 2006 and 2007 calendar, and the winter breaks, and they did the half day once a month. I think it's a half day once a month, which was very beneficial to the actual PD that the staff was able to get. So I would kind of like to see something similar to that model.
Instead of maybe in May.
Right. I think in those years they either took out March. There were some months that they took out that they didn't do. But I think if we kind of could discuss it, I don't want you guys to try to undo everything that you've done, because you think you've done a great job. I do like, I'm probably one of the only ones, I do like the whole week for Thanksgiving, but I think if we used those 2 days at the beginning of that week as weather makeup days, I would like to see that versus just, you know, they're penciled in case we need them. If we don't need them, then we get the whole week. So.
And Reverend Cummings, I liked them too, especially as a teacher. I didn't mean to make it sound like I didn't like it. I very much appreciated.
Yeah.
But the break at Christmas was more beneficial just because the kids are crazy.
Right. Right. So.
Excited about Santa.
Yes. So those are my comments. So.
I know you were on the committee. Do you want to be last on the comments, or do you want, it's up to you.
I'm fine with anything, but yeah, go ahead, because then I can share based on what all of you have shared.
Okay, terrific. So normally I would go last in comments, but because Vice Chair Thrower was actually on this committee, we'll actually save her comments to the end of our dialogue. So as a parent, I specifically honed in on parents and their comments, but I also honed in on at least the 200 plus comments that I read of the vast number we received of the parents who were employees. And I was fascinated to see how many of those did not like this because of the challenge for our employees whose children would get out early. So that was interesting to me. I don't know how many of you noticed that. I don't want to belabor all of my thoughts on this because there are many. I don't like early release in general. However, I understand the thought process behind it. I do believe our employees need something, whether it's a half day or a full day or whatever that looks like. So I do believe that is important. What I read multiple times from employees was if they get an hour, they don't want it to be filled by administration and meetings, and they want planning periods is what they want, really. And especially since, as we heard earlier, that our professional development is now virtual and on demand, and they can do a lot of professional development on their own time, I think it becomes more of a planning period as opposed to necessarily always filled by administration. If we were to do early release, I too would like to see it on Fridays. I saw that resounding in at least the comments that I read. I would like to see it on Fridays. I understand early release from a different standpoint that, especially at the secondary level, it can become a club day, or that, however, you have to also take into consider who then are your club sponsors. So I understand that component, but I want to ensure that that's at least thought through from a secondary level, that it actually can become a club day. I have never been a fan of a full week at Thanksgiving. I did speak to teachers about that last year. Many of them really like that full week at Thanksgiving to prepare for Thanksgiving. However, if I were to present them an option of what if your last day before the winter break was December 21st, would you prefer 3 days at the Thanksgiving holiday or 3 days before your Christmas holiday? I haven't asked them that question, but I would dare say the vast majority would say, take my Thanksgiving away. Preparing for what I have to do for the 25th of December is a lot more significant. Haven't asked them. That's just a generalization. So I personally, if we were going to at least take one of our weather makeup days, put that into November. I do understand that we did have a hurricane in November this year. And so hurricane season doesn't technically end until November 30th. So perhaps we do need to put one of those weather makeup days in November and one in December, so that we might put it November 20th, or even if, November 21st, if we did come to school for a day or so in November, on that Thanksgiving break, and then make a weather makeup day in December, also leading up into the winter break. I think that might, so if we had a hurricane in September, we might be able to make that up in November, and et cetera. The other thing that I wanted to mention, I agree with Dr. James. We cannot have winter break go so far in January. And I don't know what that, I believe we should move it back, and I know the board policy means that we need to have a certain number of days in the first semester, but if we needed to adjust board policy, we're right now keen on doing that. So if we even needed to do some resolution to fix it.
I may just, if I
Please.
add to your comments there, the only caveat within our district policy is that among the criteria, it says simply that the school year will be divided into 2 semesters approximately equal in length. So I don't know that's not a specific number, but roughly it would be 90-90, but you know, the approximate equality. I don't know that there's anywhere else where we have a specific number that we say.
Well, the only other specific number to do that would be the seat time that would needed for credit generation.
Okay. Okay. So just taking all of this thought into consideration, again, I'm just throwing all of my information out. I agree with coming back either the 2nd or the 3rd of January, whatever that looks like. If we were to have any 2.5 weeks of winter break, we need to start winter break sooner. And I know that that's a challenge with August 10th being set in statute. I get the challenges. I really do. So I don't want to, you guys have done a tremendous amount of work. And I get that. I'm sorry that this is coming down really hard. But one of the districts that I spoke with that has early release, several of them had been on Wednesdays, some of them have gone to Fridays. Fridays, again, are often easier for families. One of the districts specifically doesn't do early release at all in April and May, specifically for testing and all the things. The teachers don't like the disruption, is what I heard from several other board members in other districts. And all the districts I looked at were B or A districts consistently, and there were 10 different ones I looked at. Several of them have had them or have gone to a full day instead of the 1 hour early. But I get what your task was, to have early release. That was the main task that you all had. So I think those are the majority of my comments. Again, to recap, start winter break earlier and end it earlier. And the Memorial Day, I didn't mention that one. So if we ended winter break earlier, that should also push us back where we wouldn't have to end after Memorial Day. If we eliminated early release, especially in May, but potentially also in April, because I'm not certain how much professional development needs to be happening in those 2 months while really we are full steam ahead, then we should be able to end prior to Memorial Day. I think if I've done the math correctly. Spring break is fine where it is, in my opinion. I'm okay with weather makeup days being in November and December. If we need to pull a day or 2 away from Thanksgiving break, that's also something that I'm completely fine with. And if we were to do early release, I am open to additional options, but would prefer them on Fridays instead of Wednesdays. Those are all my comments.
Just remind about May, if we do before Memorial Day, that's losing 2 days from the testing calendar, 2 days for that.
Okay.
Just to.
And the one other thing I wanted to mention about Friday, Dr. James will speak, and then we'll hand it off to Ms. Thrower. The other thing I wanted to mention about a specific district that moved theirs from Wednesdays to Fridays, and I know this would only be relevant for those secondary students in dual enrollment, but they said that was very pertinent for students in dual enrollment, that Fridays were actually better for them. So that was another reason that is justification for that for me. Dr. James.
I just want to speak to my time spent as a testing coordinator / assistant principal. By that final week of testing, you're doing makeups, and you're doing makeups for kids who have missed 15 instructional days out of 20. So the statistical probability that you're going to catch them in those 3 days is not incredibly significant, because there are rare anomalies, but generally speaking, those are if you're still doing makeups in those last 2 or 3 days of May before school gets out, those are the same students who have missed a significant amount of days in May. And so I can appreciate your point, Mr. Ayers, but I would offer that I don't believe that that is a significant reason to come after Memorial Day.
In school.
Yeah, come back in school.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think those 2 days after Memorial Day are going to catch that many kids. Those kids aren't coming to school. They're struggling to come to school anyways.
Right. Thank you. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on this committee, first of all. I know we've all been like, no, we are. Okay, but thank you.
That's actually great, because what it takes to be incredibly successful is a lot of energy, a lot of passion, a lot of collaboration and great conversation. So while it is messy, muddy, sometimes frustrating, and maybe even a little annoying, that's what gets it done. That's what gets it done. And just for a little historical perspective, in days gone by, the instructional calendar was presented to the board, and the board went boop, and there it went. Well, it was very easy, but nobody ever really got much input. So we went from having a large group to having a large group and then with a survey component, and now this year to a focus groups and a survey component. And we thought the survey component would help capture parents, because let's face it, if each one of us nominated a parent to be part of a focus group, well, how did you decide on that parent? Oh my God, can you imagine? So I think it's just better to have the survey be open, available, and public, which is exactly what we did. We definitely need to present the data and the results to the rest of the board more quickly and better format moving forward. I think we just kind of got crunched up on the timeline. We were at FSBA, it was just a whirlwind. But anyway, we will do better at that for sure, and I think that'll make a big difference. I love that we're having this conversation. I love the fact that we are being very protective of the timeline. That was very gracious of you, Mr. Ayers, to say, well, there isn't really a timeline, but we need to get this done because it impacts everything. So protecting that January 24th approval school board meeting is super important, and I believe what you're hearing is we're all committed to that, right? Okay. All right. We, from starters, are bound by board policy, which is quite flexible because there's nothing in there that I heard that said shall. And I like that. So we have that, gives us opportunity without having to jump through a bunch of hoops. Building in early release days, well, let me back up. Anytime you look at changing something, even if it's evolving and what is going to end up being a better direction, is always painful. You always hear, well, we've never done it like that. Why do we do it like that? I hate half days anyway. All of that conversation. What we're trying to do, and I think it's exemplified today, is come up with a path forward that is going to continue to accelerate the success of our district while not placing an undue burden on anybody. That moves me to thank you, Dr. Gullett, for building in instructional minutes so that we did not have to come back and make up days.
Yes.
Because in this day and time, with families being what they are, stability, predictability, simplicity, and consistency are the name of the game. People just have way too much going on, and if something changes, it just creates a cascade of difficulties for families these days. That's the bottom line. I'm going to share something real quick that I got from a teacher because it wasn't a perspective that I needed to have in my personal life, but it makes a whole lot of sense. If we're going to do these early releases, Friday would be the best idea, especially for divorced families. Parents would be every other Friday for transfer of custody and doesn't cause problems for Wednesday visitation. There's a lot of blended families these days and that are still doing all they can to get their kids where they need to be and get them the best educational experience possible without driving themselves absolutely crazy. So I felt like that was important perspective. But simplicity, predictability, and consistency, while making sure that we are within the requirements of the 8 days before you get paid. I mean, there's just so many elements to this. So I think that we're going to end up being able to honor all of that. I like the idea of no early release days for April and May. I really like that, especially for May. Thanksgiving. Whatever we do, I don't think it's a good idea at all, because I've lived it, to have any hurricane makeup days or weather makeup days scheduled during potentially Thanksgiving week or Christmas, because people make their travel plans far in advance. They pay for their Airbnb, they can't get their money back. It is a mess. Travel is a mess as it is these days. So I just feel like whatever we decide, we need to hold those holidays sacred. I've heard a lot of input that it's just too long. It's too much time off. You lose momentum with the kids to have a week off at Thanksgiving and then all that time off over winter break. So that's something that I think we need to continue to really hear from teachers because, and I'm going to prioritize teachers very much with this because we've heard the number of openings that we have. We know the challenges that these teachers are experiencing and by extension the whole rest of the school-based staff. So we really, really, really need to hear them in this. If I had all the money in the world, I would go back to what we had in the 90s, which was a whole extra period of the day that the state paid for that was removed. Ever since that happened, the pace has been relentless.
I agree.
No time to have that planning that great teachers make up over the weekend by going in over the weekend to be able to continue to be great teachers. I think we are doing our district and our teachers and across the whole state of Florida a tremendous disservice. I don't know if there's a way for us to be able to grant that. Dr. Gull and I discussed it very briefly. You know, if there's money in the budget to somehow reinstate that hour in Marion County, then we wouldn't even have to have this conversation because it would be a lot less brinksmanship. So, in the end, there is a lot of data that shows that having that 1 hour of early release, and it is a language change for us. We've called it half days for years, and it's never even been a whole half day. It's been a couple hours or whatever it was. And nobody liked it once a month because it came up, or very few people did, because it came upon us as parents. It's like, oh yeah, geez, it's an early release day. So again, with stability and consistency, I like the weekly model. I like Fridays. If people are gonna try to use that as a day off, well, those are the people that may or may not be doing what we wish they would the rest of the time anyway. So I don't want to plan with their interest in mind. I want to plan with the interest of the people that are in this to win this, like everyone's sitting up here and in here. So Fridays, I think, are just, from what was shared across the board, and also the dual enrollment. You know, again, there's so many elements to this. I would go for Fridays if it's going to be once a week. I would be very careful about the trying to add in or change anything over already scheduled holiday breaks. I think that's just very disruptive for families. I would continue with the surveys. I would continue with the focus groups. I would continue with this robust, messy conversation because in the end, it's worth it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. The last thing that I was just looking at, and this was something that just came to my mind while I was looking at it, so bear with me on that stream of consciousness moment. But I also might have question of the first 9 weeks grading period ending in the middle of a week. All of the other ones seems to be ending the day before a day off. And so that one, I'm not certain if that needs to move end of the grading period to the 13th instead of the 11th. I know that there's a reason why you all have done that, but all of the others, it appears that they're aligning with the Wednesday before you were having to go on Christmas break or the Friday before you're going and so that one just looks a little odd to me.
Yeah, there's only two that would be that. It would be the end of the first 9 weeks and the end of the third 9 weeks. And it ends in the middle of the week to equal out the number of days in the first 9 weeks and the second 9 weeks.
Right.
And the reason the union mandated teacher work day is on the Monday because that week is FTE week. That's funding week. We don't need a day off during funding week where students don't attend. So that's why that's on Monday, and it's been that way for several years where that's where it falls in October.
Sure. Okay, that was just a question on that. I did also see some comments about Veterans Day. Veterans Day doesn't actually fall on a school day this upcoming year. I'm sure it will be observed on the 10th. I know there's continuing discussion and data being gathered from our local veterans groups about that. So, Vice Chair Thur, you had one more thing?
Yes, just quickly, I think that it has been very beneficial for teachers to have that as a teacher's work day the day before students come back. I hope we can somehow protect that. I think that in our mindset, we need to move towards, instead of equal as possible balance. Let's front load as much instructional time as possible before testing, because let's face it, once testing is over, there is a deceleration. There just is. We might as well just say it publicly, because there is.
Absolutely.
Let me ask a question, and you guys kind of brought up the instructional calendar last year. You guys did a tremendous job of building in those minutes, those instructional minutes, which was extremely, extremely, extremely helpful for us when we had those weather days. We know, because this year showed us, that we don't always have to shut down the whole district because of potential bad weather. How many weather days? How many weather days have we actually used on average the past 5 years? Because if we continue to build those minutes into our schedule, it could eliminate, as it did this year, the need for us to have those weather days. And I'm thinking that may help with the calendar.
Interesting.
I don't have an exact answer to that. I know the year before, I don't believe we lost any days necessarily to weather, and then it was 3 years before that, and we did it. So it is right. This year was an anomaly when we had back-to-back the way it is, and we always have extra instructional time. But I'd also want to bring your attention back that it's 180 days or 900 minutes. But the 180 days, we want students in front of teachers the maximum amount of time that we can. So that's why we focus on 180 days. And that's why with going 180 days, we exceed by design the 900, which drives funding for that. But its funding is also credit generation. Those are the two things that we do that. So this year was the first year that we actually looked at, well, what's our minutes to do that, to be able to do that. So we were able to capture that back. And when we built the calendar this year, we were cognizant of what happened this current year to make sure that the minutes were still going to be okay. Even with the early release days we put in there, would we have the minutes? And then when we develop bell schedules for schools next year, that's also going to be at the forefront to make sure that we have that time that's built in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ayers. Thank you, Dr. Hembrook. Thank you to all those that served on that committee. You have heard all of our suggestions. We've just scheduled another work session that we'll be hopefully receiving that information back from you. We'll continue to be dissecting this survey data. Dr. Gullett.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, if I could, I would like to get clarification on next steps. I know we discussed the work session and we're prepared to do that so that Mr. Ayers and the entire committee can be prepared for what the board wants to see presented at that. Do you want to see different options based on what, because there's a lot of great conversation and feedback today, which we appreciate, but I want to make sure that we're clear on what the ask is of the team.
Thank you. This board member, we can come to consensus, I would like no more than 3 options. And I don't know if you all want to just land on 2 options, but you've taken a lot of information in today. So as we've seen multiple times before, oftentimes we are presented with 3 options. If you do all of this, then this is how this would work. Or if you do all of this, and hopefully of those 3 that you take multiple consideration that you've heard today, the feedback you've heard, that we could land on one. Do we agree with 3 options?
I personally would like to see at least 3.
At 3?
At least 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask one clarifying question? If we get 3 options and as a board like an option but want to see one change, can we come to consensus that we like option X but want to see this presented in the board? Yes? Okay.
Yes, because we will still, with that 2-day window, still have time before it's published in board docs to show what the actual final would be. So yes, we may not come to consensus on exactly one of those 3, but we may hopefully come to consensus on what we would like to see entirely.
Mr. Ayers, do you have questions?
I think we're okay with the early release options that we're talking about for the early release. My question would be for first semester in the winter break. Were you wanting to see an option where we more traditional, what winter break is traditionally, with possibly sacrificing the week at Thanksgiving, or keeping the week at Thanksgiving, keeping winter break traditionally, but then also understanding what that would do to the number of school days. And
I like leaving it sacred.
I can appreciate the sentiment of 80, how many days? 86 days for credits. So I know for me, I am willing to sacrifice the 20th and 21st of Thanksgiving break to make Christmas break start on the 18th, which would even out, I think, to that 86 number.
And I think that also represents what our community wants also.
So, yes.
Absolutely, and I concur with that, and Ms. Conrad did as well, if you didn't hear that. I personally believe that moving winter break on into January is absolutely out of, as far, with students not coming back until January 9th or 10th, that's absolutely out of the question for me. Kids coming back today was too late, frankly. Parents will all tell you that.
well, understand that the number of days is the same.
I know.
Just shift it, so we would shift it back to
Understood.
where it would, and that would bring kids back before Memorial Day. Okay.
Right. Yes, we all agree with that? Okay. Any other questions from you, Mr. Ayers, before I open up?
Or Dr. Hembrook, don't forget it.
Dr. Hembrook.
No, thank you to our taker here.
Your
Ms.
secretary.
Kiner. She's been making
Thank you for
sure that we
taking
have
minutes.
everything,
I appreciate
thank
you so much, Ms. Kiner.
I just wanted to clarify one thing, because what you just said confused me. I am an advocate for shortening the Christmas break that is on this presented schedule. And I don't think that was, I don't believe that what you just articulated was representative of what I think other board members have offered. I believe that Christmas break should just be as close to the 10 days as possible. So if Christmas break would start on the 18th, whatever that would look like for the holiday of the New Year's Day, and then a teacher workday if it would be most appropriate following, but I am an advocate for shortening our Christmas break to as close as 2 weeks as possible.
Agreed.
And that's what we have. Thank you.
Okay.
Again, thank you for your work. I know that you put a lot of hours in, and we kind of dissected it. Please know that it is much appreciated.
Yes.
And just real quick, any non-negotiables that the board has as we go forward with this, or are we just looking for options?
Vice Chair.
Thank you. My only extreme hesitation would be to try to do any kind of weather makeup days during Thanksgiving week. That was a disaster years ago. And because people already make their plans, and then they don't send kids, and even staff is out, so.
I would think potentially a non-negotiable is ending after Memorial Day. I think that we have become a district that ends at Memorial Day. I know that may have only been like a year that we've done it that way, or 2 years or whatever, but I know we're not Virginia, we're not somewhere that Labor Day has always been, you start school after Labor Day and you end, right, you end school because of the way their calendar works and all. We have to begin August, very early in August. That means we need to be ending before Memorial Day. And that's just, I think that's, in my
The law
belief,
said we had to start.
on August 10th.
It said after.
Well, it says we cannot start before.
Cannot start before, because when I went to school, we didn't start school till the week before Labor Day.
Right.
So, yeah,
It's just so dang hot in Florida in August.
Yeah.
There's really nothing to
Yeah.
do but go to school.
Right.
yeah,
Well, there's a shift in, again, to get the semester ended before.
correct, before the,
Dual enrollment, all that.
Okay.
And Chair, here's the other interesting tidbit that I learned, because I did run that one up the flagpole too. You know, motel rooms are cheap in August at the beach, it's too hot, you might as well just go to the beach, whatever, start after Labor Day. But we've been doing it this way for so long. The community colleges, their schedules are like that now, and then with the dual enrollment. So it's not just us anymore. If we made that decision, it would create this ripple effect. So there's ripple effects everywhere with this calendar. So once we get this knocked out, we'll move on to world peace.
Thank
And I would be remiss, we have industry people, because I know that's the employment is a good partnership that we have. They have reached out, some put comments online, but also emailed directly, talked about, you know, their comments and concerns. So those, I keep hitting that, sorry. So those are taken into consideration as well with the industry. So I just want anybody that's watching that we have received, we have heard, and those considerations are taken as well.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Hey, Mr. Ayers, that deduction that's going to be on your paycheck.
Yes, sir.
That microphone, right. Thank you, Mr. Ayers. Thank you, Dr. Hembrook. Thank you to the team very much.
Teresa, make sure you get it.
For all the work that you've done. Thank you, board, for the thoughts on this. Public comment, Ms. Slaughter, you've been waiting so
Patiently.
not patient, very patiently. We appreciate you.
Okay, so the main things that I received was absolutely nobody wants the Wednesday early release. I mean, across the board. And because of the family law practice I have for time sharing purposes and everything else, it's going to be an absolute disaster. For sports, it's going to be an absolute disaster. I would, I agree that if we're going to do it at all, which I'm not a proponent of early release, quite frankly, I think that planning should be planned into a teacher's day. I think we do a huge disservice to teachers by not giving them a planning period during the day. They have CAP period at Forest. They should have a teacher planning period. I mean, quite frankly, they give the kids an hour or 50 minutes or whatever in Forest during the school day to do clubs, to do other things, to study, to do things that they want to do. They give them time to do that. And we don't give the teachers any time to plan. And so if you're going to do this early release thing, the easiest time for working parents, because most people don't work for themselves like I do, and they can't sit up here for 3 hours, okay, and not be at work, because I wouldn't let the people that work for me do that. I mean, I want to go to a school board meeting for 3 hours. I just want to take off. I mean, they've got things they have to do at my office. So you're putting people that are working for other people at a disservice because they can't come in and say, look, this does not work for us. What'll happen is you'll pass this calendar, and then what'll break loose, because everybody will be like, what do you mean every Wednesday is an hour early? And what am I supposed to do with my child? And I see kids at Forest sitting there at 5 o'clock when I go pick up my kids from practice that have been there since it got out, because the parents cannot get off work to pick them up. And we got to think about that. And so if the parents are telling you we can make it work on a Friday, we need to make it work on a Friday. And if the teachers can't come for whatever reason because they've got their own plans, that's what online professional development is for, and that's what they can do. Because if they, I guarantee you they're not going to want to do what I do at 6:15 starting next week, which is get to school at 6:15 with my kids for conditioning for football. Because they could come in at 6:15 and have professional development from 6:30 to 7:30 in the morning every Wednesday if they wanted to, or as many days of the week as they wanted to do, and the school could pay them to do that. But you know what you would hear from those teachers? What about my kids? What about daycare? I can't just switch my whole week up on Wednesdays to get there at 6:30 to do professional development for an hour. Because they've got kids and they've got responsibilities and they've got things that they've got to do. Well, parents do too. And I understand why parents can't be involved in this whole thing, but they absolutely do not want the week disrupted for this. And not that they don't think teachers deserve it, because they do. Do they deserve a time to plan? Absolutely. Do they deserve professional development? No question. But you're going to disrupt an entire instructional week. And my kids don't want to go to school on early release days. There's not been one early release day since they started when they were 5 that they didn't ask me, can I stay home? It's an early release day. We're not going to do anything anyway. There's not been one. Okay, so I don't know what happens on early release days, but they don't think that they have any desire to go to school on those days. And if attendance is important, you need to keep them on a structured calendar, and this is our routine, and this is what we do. And if we have to go off early on a Friday, I'm fine with that, because most of the people that I know that work for other people can get off pretty much any Friday if they have to get their kids. But if it's any other day, it's not going to be a good thing for them. So I think that's what everybody told me. That was the big thing. And then, of course, as the board members have already said, so I'm not going to repeat it, the other huge thing was they don't want to get out past Memorial Day, because we have now entrenched it in their heads that school gets out before then. And I've not talked to a parent or had an email or a face message time from a parent that said they want to go past Memorial Day. They absolutely do not want to do that. So, and then the other thing about Christmas break is for separated families, they split the break. So if you leave, if you're breaking a day or two before Christmas, that's going to significantly reduce one parent's time with the child, because they split the break and they exchange the kids on Christmas. And so if you're getting out on the 21st or 22nd, you're really not giving the parent that's got the front half of the break that year a whole lot of time with their child, and you're not coming back until the 9th. The other parent's got all this extra time. I mean, and they need to go back on the second or the third. I agree with Dr. James. They've got to go back early because, you know, they have totally checked out of school by now. And them going back today was not good for anybody, especially me. So thank you very much. If anybody has any questions, I see a finger.
I just wanted to offer one thing. I think, so I've been in Marion County for 10 years, but I grew up in Orange County. And so there is a misconception in our community that early release means what it always meant. Because we called it early release, and it meant 2+ hours early on maybe one day a month. That is not what early release Wednesdays looks like as presented. It's shortening the instructional day by an hour, which in a 6-period day at a secondary school shortens our periods by about 5-ish, 6 minutes. So I just want our community to feel validated or heard that yes, we hear you about the early release days, but how we've always perceived them as a community is not how they are presented on this particular calendar.
And I understand that, Dr. James, but the problem is you're disrupting their schedule in the middle of the week. And there's no way to explain it or justify it and when the kid's calendar is not what it's supposed to be in the middle of the week. It's so much easier to do it on a Friday. If we're going to do it on a Friday. They want to leave anyway. You tell them they're getting out early on a Friday, they'll be ecstatic. Great, I get off early on a Friday. People that I know that work for other companies, they can get off early on a Friday. They do it all the time to pick their kids up when I represent them in a divorce case. Well, every other week I've got to get off early to get my child. No problem. If you tell them in the middle of the week, they're not going to do it. So, I mean, if I have no problem with it if we can factor it in on a Friday, because I think if we do it on a Friday, it's not going to impact people as significantly as it's going to for other things. But when people have games and they have sports and things like that, people leave their kids at school. My son's got a basketball game for us today at 4:30. He's staying at school after. I don't have to worry about picking him up. If it's an early release day, what am I going to do with him? You know, I mean, am I going to have to go to the school? Am I going to have to take off work? Am I going to have to pick him up at 1 o'clock? Am I going to have to bring him back for a 4:30 basketball game? I mean, we've got to think about those kind of things because that's going to impact parents all the year round, especially if you're doing them every single week. And I understand why they can't be a part of the discussion, but we don't factor that in. And then when the calendar drops and all these parents come in and they're all upset because they can't accommodate their schedule, you guys are dealing with that because nobody's got the time to sit here and say, hey, think about us. You know, think about the parents and the impact it's going to have on parents and sports and coaches and kids that have to stay after school. And if you do it on a Friday, it's a lot less disruptive than doing it in the middle of the week.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter. We certainly appreciate you, and thank you for diligently waiting on us to get to the public comment of this topic. And just for clarification, of the comments that we have read in surveys, that's exactly what we got from parents. And when we look at the audience and we see that you're about the only parent here we understand that parents are working and couldn't take off for 3 hours to come and share their thoughts. So they have. At least 3/4 of the surveys I read were exactly what you're saying, from parents saying, this is not going to work. And I will continue to read this survey. But again, of the 250 comments I've read, 3/4 of them from parents have all said exactly that thing. So thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment, Ms. Martinez-Lopez? Any other public comment on this particular topic? Don't want to call out any of our administrators or anybody in the audience. I'm sure you don't want to stand up and talk to the calendar right now. Okay, terrific. With that, we are going to close this topic. Board, it is 11:45. I know we have a large number of people here in the audience that are here to talk about our next topic, but we also have not taken any formal break for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Do we need to have a break, or do we need to just pop up and go when we need to go?
We need to keep going.
We need to keep going. Okay, that's fine. So feel free to pop out if you need to pop out, and Dr. Gullett, the next agenda item, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, very quickly transition to our student attendance processes. And I wasn't going to share this, but since you mentioned our wonderful school administrators who have joined us who aren't typically here, they're here to be part of this presentation. So without any further delay, I'll introduce Mr. McGowan to start today. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chair Campbell, board members, Superintendent Gullett, Attorney Powers, and Mrs. Martinez-Lopez. As mentioned, myself along with several other district and school staff are here to present our processes and procedures for student attendance to provide multiple different perspectives. As we know, this is a district priority for all of us. So I know that we're on a little bit of a hard stop for time, so we'll go through this efficiently but hopefully thoroughly and answer any questions that you have. We're going to begin by reviewing some definitions. In full transparency, I believe one of the requests of us coming to present this information was some information that Mr. Whitehouse, some of the data that he shared in regards to our strategic plan a couple of months ago. And some of the attendance data was alarming, and I certainly want to address that, and legitimately so. And so I want to start with the definitions because some of this are key performance indicators that we utilize internally through our strategic plan to progress monitor where we're at. Other data and definitions that we utilize are dictated by statute. So I want to have that clear distinguishment between those and kind of provide explanation for those. So we'll start with average daily attendance. So you all are familiar with this. This is the report that gets sent to you daily by Mrs. Sanchez. This is simply the percent of students that are present each school day. So this is the percent of students that are in their seats are at school. That is a good overall measure at the school and district level to give us an idea of where we're at, but it doesn't necessarily break down to the individual student level, which is why we use some of the other metrics that we utilize. We do notice that at certain points of the year, specifically at some of the trend data that we looked at the last several years, just like that goes along with the instructional calendar, around some of the breaks that we've mentioned, whether it be Thanksgiving break, winter break, spring break, certainly towards the end of the year, we see that average daily attendance go down to where we're in the 88, 89, that high 80 percentile range. But as a district, we're in the low 90% of that average daily attendance, and I'll go over the data more in a second. The second is chronic absenteeism. This is a vital indicator that we utilize. I think out of all the attendance metrics that we use, chronic absenteeism is what I would consider the more universal metric that we can use. As we'll talk about more, we do have excused absences. That is indicated in our Code of Student Conduct. There's 13 different categories that are identified as excused absences, but every district and state that can vary. Chronic absenteeism takes into account any reason a child may not be at school. So whether it's unexcused absences, excused absences, out-of-school suspension, essentially if they're not receiving classroom instruction, it counts negatively against this metric. The definition is the percent of students that are absent 10% or more of school. So again, relating back to the instructional calendar, we know that our students have 180 instructional days. 10% of that is 18 days. We're in school 10 months a year. That equates to 1.8 days per month. That if a student misses more than 1.8 days per month for any reason, legitimate or not, they are considered chronically absent. And so in regards to this measure, that's very an important distinction to make between that and truancy, which we'll spend time on, which only revolves around what the statute determines with unexcused absences. And the last is truancy. Truancy by state statute is the one attendance metric by statute that we have to follow and adhere to, is 15 unexcused absences in a 90-day period. Other things that I wanted to address that I know could certainly be questions. Tardies and early checkouts. Tardies and early checkouts, while addressed in the Code of Student Conduct and are addressed in that manner, are not in statute a part of the attendance or truancy process. Our Code of Student Conduct states that students are allowed 3 unexcused tardies and or early checkouts per grading period. And after that, it can be addressed through the Code of Student Conduct. But again, just for clarification, it is not part of the actual attendance or truancy process. So we'll review a couple of data points. Our average daily attendance, to begin, I want to say this information for consistency, I pulled from the Department of Education. This comes from our district through Survey 5 data pools that we send to the state. They were able to give me data back to the 17-18 school year. You see the comparison between our district and the state. Consistently, we're close to the state average, maybe a percentage point behind or two, depending on the year. But our 4-year average during that time was about 92.5%. Again, that definition for daily attendance is about 92.5% of all of our students are at school every single day. Some trends when we look at 17-18 and 18-19, we're right around 92 or 93%. We saw a little bit of an increase in 19-20, and I'm really going to talk about this when we talk about chronic absenteeism, but we know what occurred in March of 2020, in the spring of 20, right? COVID hit all of our students and staff. We then began working and learning from home. From what I've gathered kind of anecdotally is attendance was more lenient during that time, right? Essentially, if a student was participating in any way, form, or fashion, we were counting them as present. We didn't have time to set up procedures, right? We were in survival mode at that point. It wasn't until that next year that we developed some more procedures to follow. So we see a little bit of an increase there. And then during 2021, which was the height of COVID, we saw the real impact on attendance where we dropped 4 percentage points to 90%. That really speaks to where our COVID exclusions come in, which I'll talk about more when we discuss chronic absenteeism. Our internal estimates for current year data for 21-22 last school year was at 90.93%, so a little higher than 2021. And currently, as of data pulled yesterday, we're at 91.84%. So certainly not where we want to be, not back to where we were pre-COVID, but certainly getting back to that point. Chronic absenteeism, again, is students that are missing 10% or more of school for any reason, and unexcused, excused, whatever the case may be. We were about 25, 26% in 17, 18, 18, 19, significantly higher than the state on this metric. We saw a decrease in 19, 20, again, for the same reasons we saw average daily attendance go down. During that fourth quarter, when COVID hit, essentially 1/4 of our school year, we had students at home. Right, so attendance was done differently, a little more lenient during that time. We then see a 20% increase from 1920 to 2021. And I want to spend some time on this and why, because I think this is the metric from what I recall that was shared with board members where the concern came in, and rightfully so. So I think it warrants some time to go through this. When we began the 2021 school year, that's when we began to have procedures in place. MCPS Online was initiated. We had structures and formats for attendance taking, for students participating via Microsoft Teams or Zoom, whatever that may have looked like for the particular classroom. But also from the State Department of Health, for the first time, we had COVID exclusion measures that we had to follow. And unlike today, where that's become a little bit more lenient, during 2021, if you recall, if a student was COVID positive, had COVID-like symptoms, or they were a direct exposure, it was a minimum of a 10-day exclusion. If they were a direct exposure, it was 14 days. Now, that's calendar days, not school days, so they may not have missed 14 school days, granted, but it was a lot of time. So when we go back to the definition of chronic absenteeism, and you all know and remember, I'm sure, we had multiple students, and I'm sure our principals can attest to this, we had multiple students, my children included, they were excluded more than once, 4, 5, 6 times possibly. Remember our definition of chronic absenteeism, 10% or more, that's 18 days. So if they were excluded twice in 2021, they were considered chronically absent, even though it wasn't their fault, it had no bearing on them not wanting to be at school. So that certainly is a rationale for that high number of 39% during 2021. Current internal projections for 21-22 is at 37.63%. And then our current data that we pulled yesterday was at 30%. So certainly not where we want to be, or even back to our pre-COVID average, but coming back down from when the exclusions were the highest. And to be fair too, if we recall back, as a district, we were messaging, right, if they were sick, if they were symptomatic, to stay at home, right, which is the right thing to do. And so we had a lot of families concerned during that time, obviously, not sending their children to school. So even though it was, excused absence, that counted against this measure. The final thing I'll mention is that during that year, the Department of Education provided all districts with an attendance code to use. So if we excluded a child from school for any COVID-like reason, we entered in a specific attendance code. that attendance code translates to an excused absence, which makes sense. It should be excused, right? It's not their fault. However, with this metric, any absence, excused or not, counts against them in this metric. It wasn't until 21-22 when the Department of Education provided an additional attendance code, which allowed us to code a student that we excluded that were working at home. So that didn't happen until 21-22. So just a little explanation on that. So I say all that to kind of give a picture of where we've been, where we're at. These two measures are extremely important for our performance indicators for our strategic plan, so we know where we're at and where we're going. But I want to make a clear distinction. This has nothing to do with statute or the truancy process. These are measures that are important because it gives us a more global view of where we're at, but it doesn't specifically address truancy. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. So with that, I want to turn it over to Ms. Scott, one of our school psychologists. She's going to begin conversation with our evidence-based strategies that we know research tells us that are effective to get kids to school, make school a place that they want to be, and things that we're currently doing in our schools to promote that. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Scott.
Good morning, everyone. So as Mr. McGowan said, I am going to review some evidence-based strategies, things that we know work. This is actually pulled from the Attendance Works. It's an action research project that works nationwide to take what we learn from local school districts and make it like national policy. So I'm going to go over 5 big ideas here that we really want to encourage our schools to consider when we talk about what works. How do we get kids to school? Because that's why we're here. The first one is engaging students and parents. And really, this is going to sound simplistic, but that's about relationships. Kids will come to school if they like their teacher, and if they feel welcomed, and if they notice, and I'm looking at Ms. Conrad because my son would come to school to see your face. They will come to school if they feel welcomed and that there's a caring, warm environment, and that someone was going to notice if they're not there. So engaging students, making them feel welcome, and also parent education. What does it mean for parents and understanding if a child misses 1.8 days a month? It doesn't sound like a lot. But we talked about earlier pacing and how quickly our curriculum moves. And so I think having parents understand that missing school does affect them over time and across time. So bringing parents in, educating them, sending out messaging about, make sure your kid's here and here's why. Not just get them to school, but here's why, the implications of missing school and what that means for your child, how that affects them academically. The second thing is recognizing good and improved attendance, incentivizing when we get kids to school and what that means, in terms of not only recognizing that they're there, but improvements. We have kids that are not going to be perfectly attending every single day, when they graduate high school. I know we recognize some students that actually never missed a day of school, but we also need to recognize the students that have improvements and actually, start to show up more frequently. And so what that may look like is, looking at our data and having grade level, competitions or something to that effect. So that's another strategy that we can use. The third one is monitoring attendance data and practice. We are here because we looked at data. We are here because we recognized we had a problem. So we need to continue to do that, not only at the district level, but to disaggregate it by school and see, do we have pockets of grade levels? Why aren't kindergartners getting here as much as maybe our 5th graders? What is the disconnect there? And then, if we do implement an intervention, if we try something, which we're going to hear from some schools who are doing some really cool things, is it working? Are we looking at our data to see improvement across time? The fourth thing that I want to talk about is personalized early outreach. So monitoring students early on, catching them and addressing barriers to why they're not getting to school. It's not about punitive processes here, it's about support and understanding how do we work around barriers. Do you need a food backpack because you're not getting breakfast in the morning, it's making you groggy? Do you need something to help you wake up in the morning? What are the barriers that we need to address and really identify that down to the student and family level? And then finally, looking at systemic barriers. There was an earlier conversation around transportation, for example. We have a very big district, that's not a surprise, and so we have some unique challenges in different pockets of where students live and our families live. So, earlier it was brought up, buses getting out to the forest because the roads are bad. That may cause some systematic barriers to getting students to school. So recognizing that and looking at a district as a whole to see, are there things that we can pull in our community resources to help us problem solve and get students here. So those are the 5 big strategies that Attendance Works really recommends. We know they work because there's evidence to support it. There are schools that are doing good things out there. So we really want to set the stage for, do we practice things that are aligned with evidence? And I think we'll hear today from some of our schools that we really do hit a lot of these things, and we have structures in place to make sure kids get here. So, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Riedel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello again. So Candace did talk about those best practices, so I am just going to drill it down a little bit more for you, specifically looking at how we provide the personalized early outreach at the school level. And then again, you'll hear some creative things that 3 different schools are doing in this district. So she talked about personalized early outreach and relationships. And when you look at that from the school level, building those relationships and making the school a place where kids want to be, and establishing and maintaining that positive climate is something that I think our schools do a very good job at. Phone calls home and messaging. So we have teachers who, if a student is absent, they'll pick up the phone and call the parent that very day, right after they take roll in the morning. Or they use specific messaging systems where they can email or send a text through a school messaging app to parents to find out where little Johnny is. Or maybe he's missed 3 days and it's day 4, and I really want to have a conversation with this parent and find out what's going on, or how can we best support the family to get the student to school on time. We also do progress monitoring meetings at the school level. Those happen 3 times a year. So what we want to do is eliminate barriers and catch these truancy issues before a student gets to the point of chronic absenteeism. So 3 times a year, our teachers meet with school administration, school counselors. They go through each student in the classroom one at a time. So if a situation arises where maybe a student isn't performing academically, and it's noted that they've missed, say, 10 days in a 9 weeks or 12 days or whatever the case is, they can pick up the phone right there in those meetings if they wanted to and have a conversation with the parent, or make a note so that it can be addressed as soon as possible so that it does not get to the point of chronic absenteeism. We also do this through school-based problem-solving meetings, which parents are invited to. So if a student maybe isn't performing academically or behaviorally, or we just need to have a parent conference and do some problem-solving to find out what the barriers are and how can we eliminate those. Conversations can be had at that time as well, as far as attendance goes, and that can be addressed. Through our intervention system, multi-tiered system of supports, when our students go out to interventions for 30 or 45 minutes a day, each intervention teacher takes attendance, and they use a specific form, and this is across the district, and they mark yes, the student was there, or no, the student was not. This is in addition to our classroom homeroom teachers taking attendance in the morning. This gives us really good data because we're able to see if students who maybe are not performing academically are in need of an intervention. It allows us to see if they're getting that intervention with fidelity, or have they missed, say, 10 out of the 20 days that they were supposed to have attended intervention. So that's just another opportunity for us to catch these students and make it a little bit more personalized and eliminate barriers and try to step in and intervene before we get to the point of chronic absenteeism. Ms. Steckman is going to talk a little bit more about multi-tiered system of support in mental health.
We would be remiss if we did not include students with mental health challenges that are oftentimes invisible barriers to attending school. With that, unfortunately, the symptomology of certain mental health illnesses, such as anxiety and depression, make it very difficult for some students to function within the school setting. We do have resources available to us now through the Behavioral and Emotional Screening System, also known as the BESS, to identify these students early because it does pick up on internalizing type behaviors which are associated with those types of illnesses. With that, our multidisciplinary teams, which work within that MTSS framework, are able to provide intervention, support, and counseling for those students by providers, our mental health, our school-based mental health providers, but also our community-based providers, and they do that right there at the school setting. This prevents them from spending more time outside of school getting those services. We're able to offer those right there at the school.
So before we bring up our school principals and staff to discuss exactly what they're doing at their school, I wanted to share just a few common attendance initiatives that we see district-wide. There's probably hundreds of examples of these in different variations, but I just wanted to share a couple of examples. So at Spar Elementary, they have what they call the In Your Seat Challenge, so it's very simple. At the beginning of the school day, they pull a random number, 1 through 24. Each seat is assigned in class by number, and if the student is in their seat at that time, not walking in, but they're in their seat ready to learn, then they win a prize. A small bag of prizes is provided for the teacher, one prize for every day that month, and it's something quick and efficient that they can do just to give some recognition and incentive to be there on time. And that speaks to the tardy issue as well. It's not just being present for the school day, but being on time. Another thing they do is perfect attendance for classrooms as a whole. So they offer popsicle parties for when each classroom, the whole class is there for 10 days of perfect attendance. The key is they do not make it be 10 consecutive days, because as Ms. Scott spoke about, we don't want to always focus on perfect attendance, because when we break that streak and it's not perfect, then it's hard to incentivize after that. So it's the improvement. So it's 10 days of perfect attendance, and then that classroom earns a popsicle party. And then both for Spar and Fort King, they both have similar examples of this, where they've identified strategically students who maybe they've gone through part of our attendance process and identified students with a attendance concern, and they will set up a plan with them to check in with them daily to make sure they're there, and if they're there every day that week, then they simply give them a reward at the end of that week. Obviously, that's age dependent. That's going to look different at an elementary versus a middle versus a high school, but there's hundreds of examples of this going on across our district at our schools. So with that, I wanted to bring up a few of our schools to really let you hear directly from them of what they're doing, not only incentive-wise, but also their attendance process and how they work as a team to discuss students with attendance concerns and make those interventions when necessary. So we're going to begin with Maplewood Elementary with Principal Carter.
Good morning and Happy New Year. We had a great morning this morning welcoming our students back on campus, so it just feels really good to be back in the swing of things. So as you've heard this morning, we believe, especially at Maplewood, that relationships are really important. We want our kiddos to come to school, and in elementary school, a lot of times when our students are absent, it's not necessarily their fault, right? Because they typically depend on somebody to wake them up, get them to the bus stop, or bring them. So I'm just going to introduce my team here. We have Ms. Jenkins, our homeschool liaison, Ms. Mason, one of our counselors, and Ms. Simone Winkler, who really supports us with attendance. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mason, and she's going to talk about our school-wide incentive.
So this year at Maplewood, we are doing a school-wide attendance program that involves all of our classes, including our ESE, our pre-K, and our PI classes. And so with that, we're doing Candyland attendance. There's a big bulletin board in the cafeteria that has the Candyland game board, and each class was given a gingerbread piece that they have their school number on, and there's a key so that they can locate it at any time that they're in the cafeteria, and they're moved weekly on Tuesdays based on their class average for that week. So if they had 100% attendance, they move 5 spaces, and then it goes down from there. Anything under 80% does not move for that week.
Students are then, when they reach a land, such as Lollipop Forest, they're given Dum-Dums. Ice Cream River, they get mini ice cream sandwiches. And we talk to the students weekly about this and give it to them in the cafeteria. So other classes see students getting those rewards and then ask questions on how they can do it. And we work with them on what are some barriers for me to school. And then that brings in our other team member, Ms. Jenkins, our homeschool liaison, who does really well with working with the parents. And so I'll let her take it from here.
Good morning and Happy New Year. I start my working with the parents over the summer, that first 30 days before students and parent and everybody come back and the teachers. I run our homeless list, and with that list, I take that and re-verify with those parents what their situation is, and if there's anything they need to get their kids to school before school start. And there's parents that have needed detergent for washing that needs clothes. We have an extensive clothes closet at our school, and we have gone in there and got outfits to start school with for kids, have shoes to start school with. Once school starts, I open car doors in the morning time. I speak to parents, want to say good morning, let them know who I am. If they need anything, they can always call me. I'm available. Once kids started, I know the policy is like 3 days, and the teacher's supposed to reach out to the parent. I ask the teachers to do 2 days, and then I'm day 3. If the teacher's not able to get a hold of the parent by day 2, then the teachers will email me or call me and tell me, and then I'll try to reach out. If I cannot get them on the phone or through email, I only give it 24 hours. I will go out and knock on a door, and I introduce myself. I go out with empathy so they know. And my favorite line is, I'm who the school board hired to help you to be your advocate. So don't worry about, and that just makes them feel better, and they're easier to let their guard down to talk to me. When I go out, I take 3 reports that I run. I run their profile sheet so I can verify all the information on there and all the phone numbers still work. I run an attendance roster, and I highlight it so parents can see how many days their kids have been tardy and how many days their kids have not come to school. And the third roster I run is grades, because as we know, they correlate together. And so I'm able to talk to a parent and show them in person that your kids' grades are this because they're missing this much school. So what can we do as a school to get them back where they need to be? And I also explain the process of these kids have interventions that's already in place, but if your kid is coming to school an hour to 2 hours late, they're missing their intervention time. So what can we do to help out? And basically, I have sometime get a parent that may not be on board at first, but right now I'm like 100% with the parents that I have to deal with or communicating. They will call me and say what's going on and whatever, and we'll try to make it happen. And with that, social work assistant, if I don't get a hold of someone and I have a communication problem, then I refer them to Ms. Simone.
Okay, then I come in and I strong arm. No, I come in and I look for barriers that are preventing school attendance throughout the community. It might be something like rent payment. It may be sheer homelessness and they're sleeping in a tent somewhere. It could be a number of things. So I then try to facilitate looking for resources to help the family to break the barrier so that they can come and be in attendance. And in the worst cases, then I prepare an entire packet that has to go to truancy court for parents that are, we've met all the barriers, we've given them the resources, they're still not willing to send their child to school for whatever reason, and it's not because they haven't been provided resources, it's because they just don't want to. And so then it goes to truancy court, and I will prepare everything to get the petition going. It goes then to April Adams. I have to present all my case notes to her as a case manager, and then she will prepare a petition. So lots of footwork outside of the community.
And I think we should say that we work very well together. We meet every Thursday morning.
Yes.
and discuss attendance issues and everything. And every other Thursday, we go over an attendance roster one by one with the social worker assistant and address each kid that's on there. If there's things that may be going on that each other doesn't know, we address that with each other. And then we break it up, and we all have different people that we take to check on what's going on with that student.
Sometimes it's a student that came from another school that I may have served the family before, so then I can put in a resource, or I can state, well, this is the dilemma with this family, this is the problem, if we can address this, we can fix it. And then a lot of times I depend on them because they're at the school, they're there all day, every day, and they know some of the insights that I may not know for my portion. So it's a great team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, Dr. Gary from Bellevue Middle School.
Good morning, Madam Chair, School Board, Dr. Gullett, Deon Gary, Bellevue Middle. Just want to talk about a couple of things that we use at Bellevue Middle School as far as attendance. Pretty much a three-step approach when we look at attendance. One is identification. Basically, what are we talking about? Are we talking about students who come to school late or tardy? Are we talking about students that check out early? Are we talking about students that are true AU students that you're absent from school? We normally kind of can run that real easy through some of our database reports. We can identify students that are absent from school that are current attendance issues. The next piece is a little more cumbersome and where the real work comes in, and it is our problem-solving process. But basically, this is just a process of where school personnel having conversations with students and parents about them attending school. This can be seen in our child study teams. This can be as simple as a counselor making contact with the parent, but just really trying to figure out why a student is not attending school. Is a student need to address a transportation issue? Is it a situation where a student is walking away from the bus stop? Or is it a student that has been absent for multiple consecutive days that may be withdrawing and showing disengagement in school? So through that problem-solving process, we can try to identify some of the issues. And then the last piece, we look at is progress monitoring. So after we try to problem solve, try to fix the issue, is the student now attending school? So it could be a counselor following up, our homeschool liaison, a social worker, check in with the student, progress monitoring, making sure that you are attending school. So after our problem solving process, we are progress monitoring that student's attendance. With this approach, I would probably say our best work that we've done at Bellevue is probably over the summer when we are really pressed to maybe get about 30 students that are missing a course to high school. And during that process, just going out, doing the problem-solving process of knocking on doors. And I found through all the technology that we have, really the most effective approach has been myself, administrators, and other individuals at the school really just knocking on doors. So this summer, we may have knocked on about 30 families' doors to say, hey, listen, your child is missing a unit, won't be allowed to go to high school, we need your child to come to some. So just through that process of having just one-on-one interaction, when we're talking about attendance issues, it is really a select few. It's a tier 3 group. And so sometimes that phone call, it's a little different. There may not be an answer, or the phone may be disconnected. So we're talking about a real small group where they really need that intensive work where staff members are getting in their car and walking to the house, pulling up the address, going to the house, having some conversations with the family. Some of the barriers in this process that we've faced have been Spanish-speaking individuals. We've overcome that just by bringing a Spanish-speaking individual with us if we're making a home visit. So identification, problem solving, and progress monitoring is a process that we use through a couple of the presentations, I heard about student engagement. So I'm just going to end with just a concept that we use, that I use in the hiring process, just a thought process that I use. And it's just called my favorite teacher. You know, when you ask your relatives that go to school, hey, who was your favorite teacher? Well, imagine a world where a student at Bellevue Middle School could have a 6-period schedule full of my favorite teachers. And through that process, I think that helps improve attendance if we have a schedule full of the my favorite teacher approach. And that's just a personal philosophy that we try to use in our hiring process as we try to improve schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and next is Ms. Cruz and team from Westport High School.
Good morning. It's so great to see everybody. As we left school today, we had a line in the lobby. So we've got a bunch of new students coming, but we're just thrilled. So they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, at the city of Westport, it takes everybody. So getting the students to campus each day is the first step towards the students being successful. So we have many procedures that we already have in place that assist with this, but the most important, or the catalyst to get the kids there, is the culture of the school and also the relationships. And it's not only the relationships with the teachers and the staff there, but the student relationships. Our student reward system, we don't have any candy, we don't have any of that kind of stuff, we don't do those. The most important is the students want to feel wanted, they want to feel respected, and they want to know that they have a value added to their life. So coming to school each day. So I've got an amazing team here and about 200 more at school because we all work on this together. So first I have Miss Toomey, who is our assistant principal, and she really heads up our attendance with that. Next I have Miss Easley, who is our rock star homeschool liaison. And she's only been with us this year, but what she has done is just amazing. And then our rock star, Michelle Ramsey, who was with us and left us. I think she even left the district, but she came back and was so happy to have her with us. So as we've come back from the C word, it's important that we work together with our students. We had 45% of our students that were at home the first quarter of the COVID year. So getting them to come back and realize that it's just not, you don't learn just on the computer. And there needs to be, like I said, that value added of being there with the teacher, collaborating with other students. So that's been very important. In our professional development, which we have every week, we talk about those things, the importance of that engagement and leading those students to want to be there. What's the relevance for them being there? We have automated phone calls that go out every night through Skyward. Our homeschool liaison makes personal phone calls for students that have a total of 5, when they get up to 5 absences, unexcused absences. Then she sends out letters to those that have 7 or more unexcused absences, and she had the bright idea of sticking in a little DMV letter that would say, oh, if you don't come to school, you might lose that driver's license. And that caused a lot of phone calls, and she's changed some of that. Students decided it was time to come to school. Also, if you've ever been in our front office, we have just an amazing 2 people that are up in the front. One of it, Miss Perez, is bilingual, and boy, when those people come in late, she's on them to know where they are. Hi, nice to see you, but why are you late? We have a shared Google document that all admins, the deans, the guidance, social worker can see, so we can share when she's made those phone calls. Then we're not nagging on the kids, because I always say it's so important that each person feels valued. And I've talked at our professional development yesterday that when you call the roll in a classroom that you've had half the year, and it makes them feel like they don't know who you are. So those kids need to know that you know who they are. So that's why it's important that, we realize that how do they feel if it's just, oh, I wasn't here yesterday, but they didn't recognize I wasn't there. Ms. Easley does a great job with collaborating with our teachers. Our teachers will pick up the phone and say, this student has missed, can you contact them? Reaches out with our with our social work assistants, Ms. Ramsey, but also Ms. Knight is our our homeless liaison, and she does an excellent job. She comes in with us on Fridays. And then Ms. Ramsey comes out, and the two of them meet every Thursday. We have not made, Ms. Easley was talking about this today, Ms. Ramsey has made some home visits, Ms. Easley has made a couple, but really with the number of students that we have, taking out and jumping in the car and being gone half a day, we can get a lot more done by making the phone calls, contacting the students. As soon as they come in, it's like we're all on the radio. Somebody just walked in. They haven't been here for 3 days. Let's go get them and recognize that they're here. We refer students that we're worried about with the mental health part to our MDT team that meets every other week. We also have a bi-weekly problem-solving team that is our counselors, deans, our homeschool liaison, and then our social worker assistant. And then we also have a child studies child study team where the parents come in, or we invite them to come in, and they meet with guidance, homeschool liaison, and then the social worker, so they can problem solve. But we always try to problem solve before also. And then we make contacts with our late students. Like I said, we just sent out some TKI late letters, and that brought a lot of attention, because sometimes when that child gets that new car, Mama thinks that they went to school because they call and say, I'm at school, but they're not smart enough to have a little check you out or find my iPhone. So they may think that they're there and they're not. But the main focus is getting them engaged, getting them to school, getting them that value added so they'll want to come to school. But thank God for this team, and thank God for the rest of the folks that we have at Westport, because we all work on it together. And like I said, the students if somebody misses, they want to find out what's going on. So it's important. We all want to be valued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as a part of the proactive approaches to increase student attendance that you've heard so far this afternoon, we have established a three-tiered attendance approach to support families. While homeschool liaisons are responsible for many roles with engaging our families, one of their many roles are providing Tier 1 attendance support, which includes but not limited to building rapport with their families, track school-wide attendance and tardy data, initiate school attendance incentive programs, participate in child study team meetings, conduct homeschool home visits when necessary, collaborate with attendance specialists, social work assistants. Correct. Tier 2, our attendance specialists, social work assistants, they participate in child study meetings, manage needed documentation and data for possible referral to case staffings, monitor the effectiveness of attendance interventions, conduct home visits as well, provide resources as needed to families, and collaborate with homeschool liaisons to support attendance and families' needs. And in our Tier 3 approach, our social workers and court liaisons, they collaborate with school attendance teams to identify students with associated barriers to school attendance and implement interventions as appropriate to decrease absences, participate in child study meetings and case staffings as needed, and they communicate with the court liaisons to schedule and facilitate truancy court petitions and participate in court proceedings as needed. And you heard that which each school that spoke about how that looks on their campuses, because it looks differently on each of their campuses.
So in wrapping up, we want to discuss our district's attendance process and what that looks like, and finally, truancy. So when, despite all the great things you've heard, we still have students that get to that Tier 3 level that either through noncompliance or there are true barriers to them arriving and staying at school on a consistent basis, we do go through our district attendance process and, if need be, to truancy court. Before I begin this conversation, though, I do want to state that obviously, as educators, our goal is not to send families and students to truancy court, right? We know that that is an available option, and we use it consistently. However, that is for those rare cases that all the other interventions and things that we've tried are not working. Our goal is simply to get the child in school. And we, as you've heard, our school teams and our district teams do a great job of being creative in making that happen. But we always are going to have those situations to where we need to take it to that level if needed. So I want to briefly just go over the slide. This really relates to what Dr. Reese just spoke about with our new three-tiered attendance approach. I will say it is new. It is not perfect. It is still a work in progress. But we want to utilize the skill sets of all of our staff. With our homeschool liaisons at the school that, as you've heard, they're hired by the principal. They're on that campus 5 days a week. Our social work assistants, which are district staff that are assigned a caseload of schools, so they're not there every day. So we're really pulling all those resources to work together. Before I start the conversation, I want to point your attention to the bottom left of the screen. So this is really where, in statute, it comes into play in the meetings that we're required to have to try to intervene on behalf of students and families. So you've heard our principals and teams talk about child study team meeting. That's a required meeting in statute that when a student meets that criteria, 5 unexcused absences in a 30-day period or 10 in a 90-day period, we have to have a child study team meeting. That's simply that's a school level meeting where all the players come to the table, the parent is invited, hopefully they attend, where they have conversations about why is the child missing school, is there something we can do? I remember as a school counselor, it could have been, I've had a family in front of me where it was as simple as mom and dad asked for an alarm clock. We got them an alarm clock before they went home that day. It was pretty simple. Others are much more complex, and to be honest, some are non-compliance. Case staffing is the next level meeting. So if the intervention is not working at that child study team meeting, then it goes to a district meeting called a case staffing. That's also required in statute, and that's when they actually formally meet the definition of truancy, which is 15 absences in a 90-day period. So I won't go through all the details of the chart here, but it's what Dr. Reese explained. So at Tier 1, it's our homeschool liaison that's at the school every day, making those initial connections with parents. And we're not waiting until the child reaches 5 days, right? As was expressed, if they miss 1 or 2 days, any sign of a pattern of non-attendance, that's when those homeschool liaisons are running those reports, they're making contact with those families. When it gets to the 5 unexcused days and we have a child study team meeting, then the school organizes that meeting, invites the parents, and that's really where the social work assistant comes in, and they become the caseload manager for those students that we have those meetings for. So then we follow up. There's several different outcomes there. If the intervention is working, wonderful. Then we monitor that intervention, make sure the child's continuing to come to school. If it is a barrier that's beyond the scope of our social work assistant, that could go to our social worker or refer to our multidisciplinary team for mental health or behavioral concerns if that's needed. Or it could be noncompliance. And that's when it might go to Tier 3 to our court liaison. Our court liaison is the one who runs those case staffing meetings at the district level. And it's very similar in theory to a child study team meeting, but it's at a higher level of intervention. So whereas a child study team meeting at the school may have, we're talking about barriers to transportation or food or clothing or whatever it may be. When we get to the case staffing, we're inviting agencies such as Department of Juvenile Justice, Department of Children and Families, our Net House, other agencies where there's significant barriers, or again, it's a noncompliance issue. And so we bring all those players to the table at that case staffing. Again, implement a plan, see if that works. If not, then that is when we have a petition for truancy to send to truancy court. So with that, our last slide, I'm just going to go through that truancy process. And we created a slide just for this because I do want to make it clear that According to law, the truancy process starts with case staffing when they've reached 15 unexcused absences in that 90-day period. As you've heard, we're not waiting until they get to 15 days. We have a lot of proactive things we're doing. But if they get to this stage, that is where the truancy process formally begins. So I just discussed case staffing. We have the meeting. We implement an intervention. We see if it works, just like an academic intervention. We have to see if it works. If not, we can make changes. We can put in a new intervention. Or if we know it's just non-compliant, so let's say we have a case staffing with a family, and then the child misses the next 5 days of school. Well, we're not going to wait to the next scheduled case staffing review to see progress. We know what the progress is. There's no progress. So we're doing the petition for truancy court then. Then when we get to truancy court, we had a meeting over the summer with various different people, with Judge Omens, who's our new county judge who oversees our truancy cases. She has given us one of her docket days every 2 months to bring cases. So we've averaged about 25 or 30 cases in front of her on those docket days. For the 2 meetings we've had so far this year, our next one is scheduled in February. So we bring a full docket to her to review. Now, some of those are brand new initial truancy cases we're bringing, but many times she's met with families before, she's given them a court order for attendance, and now she wants those families to come back for a status hearing so the family can update them on where they're at. And our court liaison, April Adams, does a great job of organizing that, bringing that data along with Attorney Powers to Judge Omens to hear those cases. What I will say is that on the surface, it does not sound like one docket day every 2 months is a lot. But what I'll say from what I've learned in my role through the last couple of years, that is a huge step forward. I want to say last year we may have had 2 or 3 docket days total for the year. And to be quite transparent, if I'm a parent and I get called to court in front of a judge and I'm given a court order, and to be frank, if I violate that court order and the judge calls me back, if the consequence is simply rereading the court order verbatim, it doesn't carry a whole lot of weight. And from what I'd heard, that had happened before. I'm not sure of how Judge Yeomans is handling the cases to this point, but from our meeting with her, she was very adamant that this is important to her and that she is willing to put in consequences that need to be there. So we're confident with that. And we're also thankful to her for hearing cases on a more consistent basis, that we can bring families that unfortunately need to go to that level to that point. So that's kind of an overview of the truancy process. You know, like a lot of things, it can appear to be and sometimes is drawn out. And if you're at a school and you have a child who's consistently missing school, they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're having a child study team meeting. We have a case staffing. We're trying interventions, but it's just non-compliance. The child's not showing up for school for whatever reason. Then we have to wait potentially 2 months for a court date. That child is still enrolled at that school and not attending. So that is a barrier. But that is the way that kind of the statute sets that up so that we have time to intervene rather than as soon as the child misses a couple of days, we're sending them to truancy court. The goal of all this is to intervene and to try to help and get them to school. And we want to have time built in to do that. But obviously, like I said, for those families that we need to go through this process, we do. We've had 2 court dates so far. The next one is scheduled for February. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gullett for any comments that she has or you as board members. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. Thank you all for being here, and additionally, especially to our school teams for being here, for sharing what this looks like out in the field every day. Really appreciate it, and I've seen some of you guys in action. Ms. Jenkins, I've been in your space, and the space you've created for families is really a model, so thank you. I can't understate the importance of student attendance. We can't teach them if we don't have them. And I appreciate that the board has had this conversation publicly as a board, because this is something that we are challenged with every day, but we need to have them. We need to have them fully present and engaged in learning. On the 19th, you're going to hear a presentation on family engagement, and that's going to speak to not just being present, being engaged as families, but also for our students to be fully engaged in learning. I also think that the silver lining from the pandemic really helped us to better appreciate mental health and wellness. I think we all knew it what role it took and all the people. It takes the whole village, you're right, Ms. Cruz. But really something that needed to come forward and to recognize all of those who help with mental health and wellness, not only for our students, but for our staff, our employees, and our families. And so I wanted to share with you, board, that 2 positions that you as a board already approved to help us with mental health and wellness are 2 coordinator positions. One will help with our psychological services and the other is with our social work services. So you're going to be seeing an update on those positions. They were not previously funded, but they will be now because we need them. And we are beginning to see more and more of that impact. And so you'll be seeing that coming forward at a school board meeting. But again, want to thank everyone and open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. We'll start actually with Ms. Thrower.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you that presented today for your tremendous empathy towards kids and doing all that, your level best. And I've experienced that alongside several of you and certainly witnessed it through the years and also most recently in December for the truancy docket. I was also there in October. And my passion for attendance is right up there with my passion for buses. You know, it's just so foundational for our success. And this school board, I think, is just proving over and over again that, you know, we don't shy away from anything that's going to be what's best for kids and to support our superintendent and what she's trying to accomplish. And with that said, there is a tremendous sense of urgency because there's only 180 days in the school year. And it is one of our local legislative priorities to finally get the state of Florida to recognize educational neglect like it is in Georgia. And until we get that, we're not going to be as effective in our interventions as we could be. And I've seen this, you know, over and over. Our kids, they are facing a bleak future of failure if they do not get this attendance as an expectation in their life, you know. And the mental health component has definitely become more of a situation. But again, in the real world, you know, you're expected to show up. And you're expected to be able to, you know, work and get along well with others and be on time. And anything less than that, we're just doing our kids a tremendous disservice. So please know that it is a legislative priority for us. We'll be presenting that, tomorrow? Tomorrow, yeah. We have a little flyer right here. And to me, this is a huge piece of parent empowerment. With parent empowerment comes parent accountability. And I have no doubt, because I've witnessed it, that we are doing everything we can and above and beyond to support and help these kids feel welcome. So we just need to close the loop, and then I think we'll really get this much more solid. And I loved hearing what Ms. Cruz said, because I remember that from years ago. Oh, we can do the driver's license thing. Amazing how those kids show up the next day and say, Miss, you need to help me get my license back. Or why did you do that? You know, it's very powerful. So yes, it is using the tools that we have consistently, but also having that support all the way around this circle. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thrower. Board, additional comments? I know I have a specific question, but okay, we'll start with Ms. Conrad.
Right, sure. I really just want to say, as you all presented today, you were enthusiastic, and you could see your genuine desire to make an improvement in what you're doing every day, and we know how important it is. But I want you to know that I know that it's a marathon and it's not a sprint, that you are doing these things every single day. And I know that it's exhausting, and I just want you to know that I appreciate it. Getting our kids to school is one of, just like Ms. Thrower shared, just a top priority. We can't teach them if they don't show up for school. So thank you for the work that you're doing every single day. And I'm just interested in the funding, and if you have funding for the daily things that you're doing. The In Your Seat I got to see in action at SPAR, and it was super great. I just loved it, and I loved that every class had the chance to be a winner, that random drawing. But who provides those incentives? Where do they come from? Just because I come from a school that didn't have a lot of funding, and so that always came out of my pocket, and providing a prize every day does add up. So I was just curious about that. I also wanted to say I love the positive interaction that you're having with parents. The last couple years in our classrooms, there was a push to make that positive contact with each family that first week of school. And once you make that contact that's positive, it's so much easier to make that call saying, hey, we missed you yesterday. We hope you'll be back tomorrow. And it's so much better received. So again, I just want to say thank you again. I know it's a tedious job, and I appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Dr. James?
Very brief, I want to just note that I believe these three schools are just a representation and wonderful models of the work that's being done in Marion County Public Schools to work on attendance. So I think these three schools are a great outline for schools that may still be struggling to figure out how to tackle attendance. I have used Westport as an example in my conversation over the last 4 months since I've been elected when I speak about discrepancies in allocations of resources. And Ms. Cruz touched on it, and I just want to highlight a few numbers and speak to, and Dr. Gullett and I have spoken about this, my very, very large passion for making sure all of our schools have the resources they need to do what every school can do, go out to homes and do such of that. So my understanding is every school has a homeschool liaison and then an attendance clerk, someone whose job it is to record the attendance. I think that is correct. Just to provide perspective, Anthony Elementary, which resides in my district, has 350 kids as of December 16th. Westport High School had 2,871, which is 8.2 times as many kids. Bellevue Middle School, which is our largest middle school, had 1,551 with 4.4 times as many kids as Anthony. And Maplewood, which is one of our larger elementary schools, had 820 kids, which is almost 2.5 times as many as Anthony. I love that one of our smallest schools can have one homeschool liaison and one attendance clerk, as well as the social worker supports. However, we need to ensure that if it requires 2 individuals to do the quality job at a school with 350 students, then I would argue it would require 16 individuals to do that same job at Westport High School because they have that many more students. Now, I can appreciate Ms. Bosnells isn't here in the room, but she'd probably, her eyes would fall out of her head right now if she heard me say that live. But my point is, we need to acknowledge and staff accordingly. If this is a top priority in our district, we need to look at our units and allocate units to best support this throughout our district based on our student enrollment, because the job that these 3 principals are doing with some of our highest numbers for each of their levels is tremendous. And so if they can do this level of effort with these amount of students enrolled in their schools, I can only imagine what you guys could accomplish if you had 2 or 3 times as many units allocated for this particular task. So I appreciate the job you're doing, and I fully support you all.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McGowan, to all of you that presented today. Absenteeism and truancy has been a problem for the longest, and we know that it directly affects everything, as far as grades, as far as behavior, as far as everything. So I was glad to finally get this presentation before us. I understand the allocations that Dr. James is talking about. Yeah, I'm sure Teresa would be. Yeah, if you put it proportionally like you just put it, yeah, I'm sure she would be.
He follows a student.
Yeah, but we do have to do what we need to do to make sure these kids are in their butts are in the seats in front of the teachers. I guess I'm a little bit more stricter because I was looking at slide, what is this slide? Slide 12, and I see where your child study team, and I saw what Florida statute required, defined as truancy, and I see what you guys have went below the Florida statutes for truancy and with the child study team as 5 unexcused in 30 calendar days. I'm on the tithe principle, because I would say 3 unexcused in 30 days is where we need to be starting checking in at them, because that's 10% of that month, actually more than 10% of that month, because it's 20 days technically within the school month. So I would love us to be a little bit tighter on that, because I think the sooner we start tackling it, the sooner we address it with parents, it helps. Ms. Carter and Maplewood and Bellevue and Westport, all of you guys have different methods in how you're approaching this, and I commend you for that, because it may not be one set method that is going to work at every school, because you're dealing with different demographics. You're dealing with different people. And Ms. Jenkins from Maplewood, you said something that I hope every homeschool liaison, every social worker assistant, every person that goes to a student's house, you said that your initial conversation is to disarm the parents. Thank you. Because what you're doing by disarming the parents is letting them know that you're not there as an adversary, but you're there as a teammate, and you're there to provide a resource. Because I could tell you that a lot of folk, and especially from my population, they don't like you coming to their house and knocking on their doors, especially if you're not of their persuasion, because they're going to say, "Who are you here for? What are you?" And you get the cold shoulder. So to disarm people and to be able to utilize your communication skills, your interpersonal skills, to be able to let that parent know, the family know, that you're not there as the police. You're there to offer some resources. And the other thing that I heard with in your conversation was that there has to be amongst you a line of communication where one person doesn't say, "I've been to the house and I've talked to the family and I got this response," but you guys are coming back to the school and having a teaming, for instance, when I went with the prison, we called it a multidisciplinary team. You mentioned that too, Mr. McGowan. So thank you for what you're doing. I'm encouraged by where we're going with this. When Dr. Gullett came and she talked about the homeschool liaison positions, I was all on board, because I felt there had to be another layer, another layer in this. And it's going to take you all, Dr. Reese, Dr. Varner, Dr. Reese, continue to do what you guys are doing and pushing this out and putting it in front of these parents. I don't want to see them go to court, but if it's habitual, then they need to go to court. And that's that, because we're in the education business. And I'm telling you, when I'm out and about and I'm seeing I don't want to I'm about to say something too profound, but listen, when I see kids out in the middle of the daytime and they're not in school, I have an issue with that. I really, especially if they out playing basketball, they out on the street, they at the mall, because my initial reaction is, what are you doing? Where are you at? So, thank you, guys. Yeah. Who got
Reverend Cummings, if you don't mind, I'll just comment on what you had said as well about that initial contact in the 3 days. And I think when we were brainstorming about this new approach that we have for attendance, we had to kind of come back to the drawing board on that, because with homeschool liaisons and with them being at their schools full time, we had to take advantage of that skill set in regards to attendance. And so our social work assistants are wonderful and they do a good job, but they have numerous schools and they can't be at every school every day. And so with homeschool liaison, it helps with that initial contact. Granted, it has to be positive. It has to be positive in nature of, hey, we're here to help. But we're not waiting until that 5th day. We want to do it as soon as we notice a pattern.
Thank you. Good job, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan, and thank you to the team again. We love seeing our school folks here. We so appreciate all the work that you're doing. Actually, out in the field, I use the term touching kids, but I know I'm not really supposed to use that term. You know what I mean. You're touching their hearts and their lives every day, and so we're so grateful for you. I do have a specific question, Mr. McGowan, if you're able to answer this. As we get those attendance reports, and we often get them daily or every other day from Ms. Sanchez, how many hours or minutes does a student have to be in school in order to be counted present?
So
And this is shout out for secondary, because seriously, that's a big question I have right now.
So as I've reviewed statute and our Code of Student Conduct, there are stipulations, for example, in the Code of Student Conduct that dictate for participation in athletics or activities or driving privileges on our high school campuses that they have to be there a majority of the day is the way that's defined. I did not see or view anything in statute that dictates a minimum number of time or minutes or hours to be counted as present. I do know that's been an ongoing conversation in our district for years with our student information system. For example, if it's still the same, and forgive me if it's not, but at the high school or the secondary student level, if they're there a class period, it's marked present, and that kind of becomes a default. So that's kind of a related but unrelated issue there. But nothing that I've seen dictates a minimum amount of time for attendance. I think it comes back to what Mr. Ayers said earlier, is more of the amount of time needed to earn credits at the middle and high school level.
So thank you for that response, and I know Ms. Thrower wants to do a follow-up, but let it be known, this board member, and potentially we may get consensus, I know Dr. James, I think, is going to be our representative on the Code of Student Conduct. I see Dr. Livengood and Ms. Talbert Irving here. Let it be known, we're ready. We're ready to ensure that we can start making kids accountable. We want, honestly, this board member would like to see if a student is checking in for one period a day, or they need to get the phone call to their parents, just like if they were not there the whole day. That would change a lot of what the student learning is, specifically at secondary. I dare say there are dozens, if not hundreds, of parents in this district that have no idea how few instructional minutes their students are actually receiving. And frankly, right now, we are hand-tying our staff because they can't actually send out something saying that they're absent because they're not. And so that's vitally important. Upcoming Code of Student Conduct, I think, if you all agree, that needs to be something we very seriously take.
So let me ask a question.
Yes.
Because I used to get the phone calls where, there's always one kid. And that one kid of mine, I would get the phone calls. They didn't say that he was absent. They would say, your child has missed at least one period at Forest. So are you saying that's discontinued?
Currently, that, in my understanding, is that, and I see some hot head shaking from the folks in secondary, that is not the way the phone calls are done now.
But that stopped within the last 3 years.
The phone calls are all about your child was absent today or not. And with us not having specific guidelines as to what absence means, and certainly there are those days that we know that our kid was absent and you get the call and you're expecting the call and they were out for whatever reason. But whenever they have missed an exorbitant amount of hours that day, I have received conversation from multiple secondary employees saying that students are checking in for the last 2 periods of the day. Maybe even the parent drops them off in the parking lot. They hop in their friend's car and they go do whatever they want to do for 3 or 4 hours and then come back, and no one of the parental persuasion knows that that even happened because the school isn't actually able to, unless they're having relationship. But when you have 250 absences, I'm just looking at Westport again, not trying to call them out, but they have like 90+% attendance. Okay, well, 10% of students being absent is 250 students, if not more. And so that's 250 students that we know were absent, not including all of those that may have been absent for the majority of the day. And so, yes, we did work diligently to try and ensure we have attendance requirements specific for athletics and extracurricular activities, but I don't know that we even fully went so far as defining what attendance was for those days. I don't know that it even says, and I honestly can't remember. I'm looking, Dr. Livingood, don't answer this. I just can't remember specifically if we said that it had to be for 4 periods and I know we talked a lot about it, but we didn't actually define what that looked like. So I think we need further work on that. That's my opinion on that. The last 2 comments that I'll make on this are, and I think Ms. Thrower had something she wanted to add as well. Dr. James has stepped out for just a moment, but she's exactly right. I'm gonna chime in on that. I know Ms. Boston Ellis probably is having heart palpitations listening to this right now. That is site-based budgeting. What Dr. James, Dr. Reese, you're in front of me, Dr. James is, what Dr. James is talking is site-based budgeting. It is in a nutshell, because if you have 1,500 students on a Bellevue Middle School campus, or you have 2,800 students on a Westport campus, if money was actually following those students, every one of those students has a dollar sign attached to them according to the state of Florida. And that's the way it works. And if we were actually empowering our principals with the dollars and resources that follow those students, the principals would then be empowered to know what they need for their school to ensure that they're getting the work done that the school needs. I know we're not there yet. I know it takes a lot of work. It takes systems that we don't have in place. It takes education we don't have in place, professional development that principals will need. I know all of that. There's a big process to this, but that's what she's talking about without actually saying the words. You know I've said it. Site-based, school-based budgeting is where this district has to go, and it needs to be there sooner rather than later. The last thing that I will say is actually a question. I don't know if this is to Ms. Scott, but I'll just let you, Mr. McGowan. We certainly have heard best practices today. In addition to questioning how these best practices are filtering through to every school in this district, what do you need from us?
Well, I agree. I mean, I think that a lot of what we were doing and what we've seen from our schools align with those best practices. I think that it's more of just continuing to have attendance as a priority on the front burner and communicating those strategies and having more from the district level, more professional development to our schools regarding that. And just like was mentioned earlier from Dr. James, as far as schools sharing with one another what they're doing, because every school is different, but the evidence behind it is the same. And I think sharing those strategies and what we can do, because like Reverend Cummings said, you know, and Vice Chair Thrower, I think we are doing a disservice when we don't address this, because we know if students aren't showing up, that impacts their academics. The research says that. And then if there's failing grades, that leads to potential, not graduating from high school. And so it trickles down like that. And so I think from our perspective, it's through Attendance Works and other resources we have, and to be honest, what our district has done in the past with certain initiatives, I think we know the right things to do. I think it's implementing that and providing the PD to schools to have that knowledge base to implement it.
Thank you. Whatever this board can do to support you, to support Ms. Scott, to support the whole team of all the folks that we heard from today, let us know directly if there's something that this board can do specifically, if that needs to come via Dr. Gullett to us, however that needs to come, but we're prepared to ensure this is something we care about. It's vitally important to the success of this district, and helping every student succeed is ensuring that they're present.
Thank you.
Ms. Thrower.
Thank you, and just very quickly, the COVID recovery process and just making sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. You know, it's pretty endemic in the community now. I don't know where we are with the local health department as far as the, symptoms and how long kids need to be out in the COVID test and all that, but I hope we can revisit that, because we just can't have these, if you're sick, you need to be home. Don't misinterpret me. You see my point. We want kids in school, we want to remove barriers, we want them to be healthy, and we want them to learn. Bus technology, I think we could improve on this, that your automatic call somehow through technology, let's put it to good use. Your student did not get on the bus today. Wouldn't that be a great phone call for a parent to get? The last thing is about, what are the parameters? Again, in the state of Georgia, unexcused tardies, well, a child has to be in school at least half of the day to be counted, excluding lunch. Can't slide out with that. So just, again, tightening up the requirements. We're here to be empathetic, we're here to be compassionate, we're here to help, but we're also here for a reality check.
Absolutely.
All right, that's all I have.
And thank you. Thank you to the team. I thank you, board, for all of the feedback and commentary. We really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I know we actually have gone past our time certain, so I'm sure you all need to go back to your jobs. We're grateful for what you do. Please share with your teams that we are grateful. Share our appreciation with everyone that you serve and work with. Thank you so much for that. And with that, I think we'll wrap up this.
Public comment.
Oh, of course. Public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to come speak about attendance? I'll wait. No, I'm just kidding. There is no one from the public here. Again, we're grateful for everyone from our school district who has come and shared with us today. So with that, I'll close public comment, and we will close this particular topic. Thank you so much, Mr. McGowan. With that, board, we do need to wrap this up, but I'll give you the opportunity to have some comment if, in fact, you have anything to share. Ms. Martinez-Lopez has now become Mr. Davis. Is there anything from the board clerk's office?
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Powers, anything for us from legal?
Nothing from legal, thank you.
Perfect. Dr. Gullett?
No other than to say we're going to immediately move over to
In the superintendent's conference room. Thank you. Ms. Conrad?
Just briefly, I just want to say there was a lot of information presented today, and I'm just very thankful for our teams of people that are constantly working and keeping things moving forward and have the district in thinking forward of how we can improve and make things better here in Marion County. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Reverend Cummings?
For the sake of time, I do have something quick that we do need to discuss. And I shared this with, I've talked to this board attorney, talked to our superintendent, in the effort to make sure that we have some stability moving forward within our district. We know our superintendent's contract is up for review. I think we need to start working on that. I told her that I would take the initiative and bring it to the board, because we don't need to get into March and this district is wondering what's going on. Sure. We need to go ahead and I'm grateful to Dr. Gullett, who wants to be in Marion County. We want her to be here in Marion County. And so we need to go ahead and start working on that. I've already talked to the attorney about that. There are some things that he's going to be checking on, and we need to move expeditiously so that she can set those. We talked about the calendar today. Well, the calendar doesn't matter if we're not doing all the other things that go along, so that she can be the one that's implementing the things that we need to get implemented. So that's my take on that.
Thank you very much for bringing that forward, Reverend Cummings. I completely concur with everything that you said. We need to get moving on that. Again, as this lone board member, I will say, seeing the upheaval that has occurred all across the state and the vast number of superintendent vacancies that are going to be available across the state of Florida, if not across the nation, my personal opinion is I don't want our superintendent to consider that she needs to go into any one of those locations. So please, let's see a contract and soon, and whatever needs to happen to make that happen. That's this board member speaking. Ms. Thrower, did you have anything for us?
I concur, and that's all I have.
Perfect. Last thing I will say, board, is I do have our legislative delegation little flyers that we will be handing out tomorrow. Tomorrow is the legislative delegation. We will, I believe, having lunch in advance of that, as well as the meeting at the College of Central Florida. And so I know we have master board training right now, so I'll see you in like a few minutes down the hallway. But other than that, we will see each other again tomorrow as well. And with that, we are adjourned at 1:09 p.m.